This video that you're going to watch is one of the best videos. No, I would say the best video that we as a company have created so far. Are you curious what I'm going to discuss as a part of this video? Let me tell you that. In this video, I'm going to discuss 100 PMP Agile questions, and these questions are going to cover the entire Agile concepts that is needed for the PMP exam. And why I said this is the best video we have created so far, because in order to make these 100 PMP Agile questions, we as a mentors team have done lot of research by talking to our students who passed the PMP exam recently, and then we understood what type of Agile questions they got in the actual PMP exam, and based on their feedback, we have crafted these 100 questions. And trust me, when you are listening to all 100 questions, the way you approach the Agile questions will significantly improve. And there is a high chance you may find similar questions in the actual PMP exam. So let's not waste any time. Let's get started. Hey guys, my name is Gautham Sudakar. I'm working as Head of Training Department with EduHubSpot. So before we get started with question number 1, let me place a very humble request to you. This is something I will do in all Q&A video I do. I want you to take all the 100 Agile questions as a test. So what do I mean by that? How I will be approaching these question sets are, I will be showing you a question and then I'll be reading the question, I will be explaining that question, and then I will be revealing the right choices for you. But I want you to take these question set as a test. What do I mean by that? Consider you're seeing question number 1. Pause my video. First, you approach that particular question and select the right answer. And after that, resume my video so that you will get to know my explanation and also what is the correct answer for that particular question. When you are following this approach, at the end of the video, you can evaluate yourself. Where do you stand? This means you can find out how many questions you did right and how many questions you did wrong. I hope you're with me. So let's get started with question number 1. Shortly after the sprint began, a key stakeholder unfamiliar with Agile practices sent an email to the project team expressing dissatisfaction with the initial work and pushing for changes to both internal and external deliverables. What should the project manager do next? What I understood from this particular question is, my sprint has begun. A key stakeholder who is unfamiliar with Agile practices sending an email directly to my project team expressing dissatisfaction. Along with that, that particular stakeholder is pushing changes directly to my team. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how should I handle this? Let me read the options now. Option A, present the stakeholders' concerns for team discussion at the next stand-up meeting. I personally feel this is not a good choice because daily stand-up meeting, it's a kind of daily planning meeting. These are not the right topics to discuss in daily stand-up meeting. A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B, modify the backlog to meet the stakeholders' demands. Okay, you can do that, but modifying the backlog, it's not the responsibilities of project manager. B, it's also not a good choice for me. Let me read option C, organize a discussion between the product owner and the stakeholder to clarify expectations for deliverables. This is an amazing choice. Why? If any stakeholders wants to give changes to the team, that stakeholder has to align with product owner. Product owner is the one who should decide whether to accept or reject the change. And you as a project manager is just a facilitator, and that's what you are doing in option C. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. For me, C looks like a better choice. Let me read the last option, which is D. Invite the stakeholder to a session to discuss and refine the backlog. For the same reason why I kicked out A and B, I am eliminating option D as well. That's a job of the product owner. You have to just facilitate. D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. A project team in an agile environment is experiencing repeated issues with delayed feedback from a key stakeholder impacting sprint progress.
What action should the project manager take? This question is very simple. A project team working on Agile, they are experiencing repeated issues. What is the root cause of this particular issue is a key stakeholder is giving feedback very delayed. That is impacting the sprint progress. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, schedule a one-to-one meeting with the stakeholder to address the feedback delays. This looks like a very good choice because the stakeholder is giving delayed feedback. You are trying to collaborate with that person and trying to solve the problem. A, it's a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Inform the stakeholder that delayed feedback will lead to timeline extensions. Okay. When you're saying that, that stakeholder may say that, I don't bother. I have other work. Rather, when you are talking to that particular person, so you can make that person supportive. I'm comparing A and B. For me, A looks like a better choice, so I'm eliminating option B. Let me read option C. Collaborate with the product owner to ensure that the stakeholder understands the importance of timely feedback. This is an amazing choice. In Agile project, the collaboration with the stakeholder, collecting needs, these are the responsibilities of the product owner. You as a project manager or Scrum Master, you can facilitate these things. And also, in the PMP exam, the options where you are collaborating, these kind of options should get priority, comparing other options. So now if you personally ask me, getting the feedback from that key stakeholder is the responsibility of the product owner, and that's what you are doing in option C. Now considering option C, I'm eliminating option A. Now it's between C and D. Let me read option D now. Remove the stakeholder from the review process to keep the project moving forward. This is an extreme step. In the PMP exam, you should never take an extreme step. So D is also gone. For this question, my pick could be option C. Let's move on to question number 3 now. During a sprint review, the project team learns that a new regulatory requirement must be incorporated into the current deliverables. The team is concerned about how this will impact the sprint goals. What should the project manager do? What I understood from this particular question is, I am in a sprint review and my project team learns a new regulatory requirement we have to consider. The team is concerned that this will impact the sprint goals, maybe the next sprint goals. What should the project manager do? Let me read the options now. Instruct the team to prioritize the new regulatory requirements immediately. Prioritizing the requirements is not a job of the team, it's a job of the product owner. A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Collaborate with the product owner to determine if the new requirement can be integrated in future sprints. This is an amazing choice. As we already discussed in the previous questions, when any new requirements are coming from any stakeholders, you have to collaborate with the product owner because product owner is the decision maker. Option B, it's an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. End the sprint early and plan a new one that accommodates the regulatory changes. This is something an extreme step. You don't want to do this. So C is also gone. And also if you carefully read the question, you are already in sprint review. So this means the sprint is about to end. So C is gone. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Notify stakeholders that the sprint timeline will be extended to meet the new requirement. See, it will impact the sprint goals. You have not done any impact analysis. Currently you cannot say that this sprint timeline will be extended, and you should never extend a sprint timeline because Agile is time boxed. When you are selecting a sprint duration, that is fixed. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. From these 3 questions, what you guys understood? Simple concept, any new requirement, collaborate with product owner. So let's move on to question number 4. Halfway through a sprint, the development team finds that they underestimated the complexity of a task, which may impact the sprint goal. The team seeks guidance on how to proceed. What should the project manager do? What I understood from this particular question, I am in the middle of the sprint. My team, means my development team, finds they underestimated a complexity of a task, and because of that, they cannot achieve the sprint goal. So now team is looking for guidance. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you guide the team? Let me read the options now. Option A, advise the team to work overtime to complete the task within the sprint. No, you should not do that. When you're doing that, you're not behaving fair to the team. You should never ask the team to do overtime. Yeah, I don't know how you're doing it in the real world, but in the PMP exam, no. And in real world also, don't do that. Yeah, option A is a very bad choice. I don't want to keep this. I'm eliminating straight away. Let me read option B. Cancel the current sprint and reorganize tasks for the next sprint. Okay. See, just because your team has underestimated the complexity of a task, and you should not cancel the sprint, because this is something, it looks like an extreme step. You should never do that. B, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option C. Encourage the team to discuss possible adjustments by facilitating a meeting. Ask yourself, by doing option C, you're trying to find a solution for the problem you have in the question, that too in collaboration with the team. You know, you're encouraging the team to discuss the possible adjustment, and you are facilitating that particular meeting. Considering option C, I'm eliminating option B, so C is a very good choice for me. Let me read option D. Inform the stakeholders that the sprint goal might not be achieved due to the unforeseen complexity. No, you should not do that. By doing option D, you're kind of accepting a problem. You're not giving solution. You are accepting yourself that, okay, my sprint goal is going to get affected. Let me inform all the stakeholders. No. Rather, you have to do option C, so that, by facilitating a meeting, you are trying to give the solution. Considering option C, I'm eliminating option D as well. For this question, my pick would be C. Okay, now let's do Q5. An agile team's velocity has been inconsistent over the last few sprints, leading to difficulty in predicting the future delivery timelines. What should the project manager do? What I understood from the particular question is, an agile team's velocity has been inconsistent, means it's going up and down over the last few sprints. This is, leading to predicting the future delivery timelines. I could not able to correctly predict how much more time I need to complete the future, means the rest of the deliverables. Yeah. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, what you will do? Let me read the options now. Option A, work with the team to investigate any bottlenecks and identify possible improvements for consistent delivery. This is an amazing choice. Why? Because from the question, you have a problem. The simple mindset you should have for the PMP exam is, when you have a problem, always pick an option with that you are collaborating with the team and giving solution. In option A, you are exactly doing that. You're working with the team to investigate any bottlenecks, and then you're trying to solve this problem. A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Adjust the sprint goals to align with the team's changing velocity. See, by doing option B, you're kind of accepting the problem. You're deciding that, the velocity is kind of fluctuating. Considering that, let me change the sprint goal. Never pick these kind of options like you are accepting. No. Option B is a bad choice for me. I'm eliminating. For me, still A is better. Let me read option C. Inform stakeholders that unpredictable velocity is a natural part of agile projects. See, unpredictable velocity, I agree, it's a natural part of agile projects, but that is applicable only for the initial sprints. Once you complete after some sprints, velocity should be stable or it should improve. So option C, it's not a good choice, because from the question I could not able to judge whether we are in the initial sprints or at the middle of some sprints. No, so option C I'm eliminating. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option D. Increase the team sprints workload to help improve their velocity over team. I don't know how by increasing the team sprint workload it will help to improve the velocity. So D is also not a good choice. For this question, my pick would be option A. Now let's move on to question number 6. An organization has decided to establish agile teams to enhance project outcomes and quickly respond to new market opportunities. A project manager with significant agile expertise has been brought in to lead this transition. What should the project manager prioritize as their first action? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is an organization has decided to establish agile teams. They want to form some agile teams to enhance the project outcomes. A project manager who is an agile expert has been brought in to lead this transition. They are kind of doing a transition from waterfall to agile. That's what I understood from this particular question. What was asked in the question? As a project manager who is responsible for this transition, what should be your first action? Let me read option A. Hire, assign and assess new agile team members. Okay, you can do that because you want to form new agile teams. So you can definitely do option A. It's a good choice. Let me read option B as well. Set up an agile focused project management office. Okay, that also you can do. PMO is the one who has to define agile process. You can do that. Let me read option C. Define criteria for initiating agile projects. See, if you personally ask me, option C is a better choice comparing A and B. I'll tell you my reason. You should never force agile. So when you will go for agile projects, when the needs are not so clear, when the market demands are changing so much, then we can go for agile project. Now you want to form agile teams. This means you want to transition some of the projects maybe which is running in waterfall to agile. It's not explicitly stated in the question. That's what they are indirectly meaning. Yeah. So now what you have to do is you have to define criteria. These are the projects should go to agile. Yeah. So option C is a better choice. This is the first step you have to do. Then you can do A and B. So now A and B is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Conduct a retrospective on past project experiences. See, you can do that, but first define a criteria for initiating agile projects. Then find out what are the projects can be done in agile. Then you can do option D also. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Now let's move on to question number 7. The team is preparing for sprint planning and discussing the scope of work for the upcoming sprint. However, during the discussion, one team member expresses concern that the workload might exceed the team capacity based on previous sprints. What should the project manager do? So, what I understood from this particular question, my team is preparing for the sprint planning and we are discussing the scope of the work. However, during the discussion, one of my team members expresses concerns. So what concern this particular person is raising is the workload exceeds the team capacity in the previous sprint. This means in the previous sprints, we picked some items, but it was actually too much. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how you will avoid these kind of situation in the upcoming sprints? Let me read the options now. Option A, increase the team's sprint duration to complete the workload. As we already discussed in the previous set of questions, I think in one of the questions I have mentioned, you should never increase the sprint duration. When you are doing that, you are breaking an agile rule. A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Encourage the team to select only what they realistically believe they can accomplish. This is an amazing choice. See, in sprint planning, team should decide how many user stories they can pick based on the velocity of previous completed sprints. If you ask me, average velocity, how much ever they can do, only that amount of work they have to pick. They should not, overestimate and then out of excitement, they should not pick more items. By doing option B, you are ensuring they are not picking more items. B is an excellent choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Advise the team to work extra hours. I don't want to read this option further. From that moment, until now I have read, I'm eliminating this option. These kind of option you should never pick in the PMP exam. No extra hours. Yeah. Let me read the last option, which is D. Remove the concerned team member from the discussion to avoid delays. No, this is something, it's extreme, too extreme. Just because, a person is saying some concerns, it's not like you should remove that person. No. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 8. During a sprint planning, the product owner presents the prioritized backlog items to the team for discussion. However, a few team members are uncertain about the acceptance criteria for specific items, which may cause confusion during development. What should the project manager do? Question is very simple. A team is in the sprint planning, product owner is presenting the backlog items, and for few of the items, team members are uncertain about the acceptance criteria. They are not understanding the acceptance criteria for few items in the backlog. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, ask the product owner to clarify the acceptance criteria for these items. This is an amazing choice because writing acceptance criteria for each items in the product backlog, it's a responsibility of product owner, because acceptance criteria means that's a criteria a requirement has to meet so that customer can accept that requirement. Who is the representative of the customer? PO. So PO should actually clarify the development team. A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Encourage the team to interpret the criteria themselves. No. See, when you're doing option B, you're kind of asking the team to make some assumptions. So, not a good choice. For me, still A stands best, B is eliminated. Let me read option C. Allow the team to proceed with the work and address criteria later. See, this is something you're postponing the problem. You're shying away from your responsibilities. This is something you should never do it, postponing a problem. C is also gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Remove the unclear items from the sprint to avoid confusion. See, just because some items are unclear, you should not remove it. You should try to make it clear. That's what you are doing in option A. So considering option A, D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 9 now. During the daily scrum, a team member begins discussing solutions to a technical issues, which starts taking up a lot of time and diverges from the standard updates. Other team members seem impatient and are waiting to give their own updates. What action should the project manager take? Okay, from this particular question, it's very clear. I'm in a daily scrum. One of my team members started discussing the solution of the problem in daily scrum itself. Because of that, the daily scrum duration is getting extended. The other team members are not liking it. So what was asked in the question, as a PM, how you should address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, allow the discussion to continue as it's important for the project. See, in daily scrum, you should never discuss the solution of a problem. Problem should be stated. Solution should be always discussed outside the daily scrum. A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Suggest that the team member bring up the issue after the daily scrum. See, this is an excellent choice. Issue can be stated in daily scrum. What you're doing by doing option B, you're asking the team member, means you're suggesting the team member, you know what, let's discuss the resolution of the issue after daily scrum. Amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Skip the daily scrum for the day to discuss the issue. No. Just to discuss that issue, why are you skipping daily scrum? C, it's not a good choice at all. I'm eliminating. What if that issue is very least priority one? No, it's gone. Let me read option D. Schedule an extended meeting to cover all concerns immediately. See, you are, here what you are doing is, after a daily scrum, you are again scheduling an extended meeting. What if this issue is a very least priority? So now also you have to wear a hat of agile coach here. Yeah. So when people are talking resolution, first you have to coach them. Hey, resolution should not be discussed in daily scrum. Maybe first do option B. Later you can do D. In the PMP exam, always select an option which you will do first. I will do B first, then D. So D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. Let's move on to question number 10. A team member frequently misses the daily scrum due to conflicting meetings, which causes delays in providing updates to the rest of the team. Other team members are beginning to express frustration over the lack of information. What should the project manager do? So what I understood from this particular question, one of my team members is frequently missing the daily scrum due to other conflicting meetings he or she have. So because of this, my project started getting impacted. How? Because the rest of the team members are started to showing their frustration, saying that because this guy is not participating in the daily scrum, we are really not knowing that what this person is doing. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, remove the team member from the project. This is an extreme step. As I always say in the PMP exam, when you're approaching a PMP question, never take an extreme step. Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Guide the team to adjust the time of the daily scrum if necessary. This is a good choice because you are guiding the team based on their mutual convenient time, and then you are trying to adjust the time that you are conducting daily scrum, and you're kind of making win-win. Guiding, that's a good word because you are an agile coach. You have to always guide the team. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Record the team members' task without requiring their input. No. See, by doing this, you are kind of avoiding the team member and you're kind of not respecting the rules of daily scrum. It's a kind of process violation, and also this may impact the project as well. Please don't do option C. Option C is also gone. I'm eliminating. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign a different team member to report on their progress. Again, this is also a kind of extreme step. Just to reporting a progress, why you want to assign a different team member? That's a job of that person, right? D is also eliminated. Here, the right step would be guide the team in scheduling daily scrum by respecting all their timings. And my pick would be option B. Let's do question number 11. At the sprint review, a key stakeholder provides feedback suggesting significant changes to the product to better align with recent market shifts. The product owner and team are unsure how to incorporate these changes immediately. What should the project manager do? So what I understood from this particular question is, in a sprint review, a key stakeholder provides some feedback, and this stakeholder is suggesting some changes to the product that will better align with the market trends. So what was also stated in the question, your Scrum team, means product owner and your developers, development team, are really confused how to incorporate these changes immediately. What should the project manager do? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, add the requested changes immediately to the current sprint. Okay, since this particular significant changes will better align with the recent market shifts, you can do this, but still option A, it's a kind of decision of the product owner. A, it's not a bad choice. Let me keep it. Let me read option B. Include the feedback in the product backlog for future prioritization. This is a very good choice because any changes, this has to go back to the product backlog, and then PO should prioritize these changes based on value and technical dependency and also risk. And that's what you're doing in option B. Some changes are coming, you are including these changes in the product backlog. In future, maybe after 1 or 2 days, you can help product owner to prioritize those features. Option B, you are sticking to a process. So considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Disregard the feedback to stay on schedule. No, you can't do that because that key stakeholder is clearly stating these changes will perfectly align with recent market shifts. Option C is gone. Still, option B is a better choice for me. Let me read the last option, which is D. Request the team to implement the changes in the next sprint without further discussion. This decision you should not take. This decision should be taken by product owner. First do option B, then ask the product owner to prioritize it. When product owner decides these changes has to be go in the next sprint, product owner will automatically put these changes on the top of the product backlog. So D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 12. During a sprint review, the team realizes that a deliverable does not fully meet the acceptance criteria due to unforeseen complexity. The team is worried about presenting it to the stakeholders in its current form. What should the project manager recommend? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, during a sprint review, my team realized a deliverable does not meet fully the acceptance criteria. Now the team is worried about presenting it to the stakeholders with a half-cooked deliverable. Means the testing is not done and so on. What should the project manager recommend? Let me read the options now. Option A, mark the deliverable as complete to maintain the sprint schedule. No. When you're doing option A, you're kind of, telling a lie. You should never do it. By doing this, you are violating a PMI code of ethics called honesty. Never do that, guys. A is eliminated. I straight away eliminate option A. Let me read option B. Rework the deliverable in the next sprint to fully meet the acceptance criteria in alignment with the product owner. This is an amazing choice. Kindly be aware, when any deliverable which are incomplete, you should not show that in the sprint review. No. So what you're doing in option B, you are trying to motivate the team to do the rework, to complete the pending work in the next sprint, and you are making sure that it is fully meeting the acceptance criteria. That too, you are taking this decision in alignment with the product owner, because PO is the one who should decide whether we can do this in the next sprint or some sprints later. Option B, it's an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Anyway, A is already eliminated. That's fine because A is a very bad choice. Let me read option C now. Accept the deliverable as is if it's close to the criteria. No. When you're doing that, you're compromising on the quality. Never do that. C is also gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Extend the sprint to allow. No, I don't want to read this option further. You should never extend a sprint duration. Sprint durations are fixed. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. So let's do question number 13 now. In a sprint retrospective, a team member suggests implementing a new collaboration tool, believing it could improve communication within the team. However, others express concerns about the time required to learn the tool and potential disruption to the workflow. How should the project manager facilitate this discussion? Okay, what I understood from this particular question, in a sprint retrospective, a team member suggesting some implementation, regarding a new collaboration tool. That person is saying it could improve the communication, but rest of the people are kind of resistant implementing this collaboration tool, saying that it may create a potential disruption to the workflow. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how you will solve this conflict? Let me read the options now. Option A, allow the team to experiment with the tool in the next sprint. Okay, you can do that. Not a bad choice at all. Let me keep this. Let me read option B. Require all team members to start using the tool immediately. Okay, this is also a good choice. You are asking team members to use these and then see whether it is creating disruption or not. Good choice. Both are good. Let me read option C. Encourage the team to decide based on consensus after a discussion. See, this is an amazing choice. Now, a team member and the rest of the team members are having a conflict. When they are having a conflict, as a project manager, you should first encourage them to have a discussion and to solve that conflict and take one single decision. That's what you're doing in option C. Amazing choice. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ask the product owner to approve or reject the tool. See, how team has to work, team has to decide. Product owner is only for the requirements. When team is proposing some improvements to improve the communication, the team can do it. You don't want to ask the product owner for this. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Let's move on to question number 14 now. During the sprint retrospective, the team identified a recurring issue with communication delays from a remote team member, which has impacted delivery timelines. The team wants to find a practical solution to address this moving forward. What action should the project manager suggest? So what I understood from this particular question is, during the sprint retrospective, the team identified some issues with communication delays from the remote team member, which has started impacting the timelines. Team wants to find the practical solution for this. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, remove the remote team member from future sprints. This is an extreme step. Never do this. A, not a good choice. Let me read option B. Suggest scheduling daily check-ins with the remote team member to improve communication. See, if I carefully read the question, this question has a problem. Communication delay from a remote team member, and this has started impacting the delivery timelines. Now in option B, what you are doing, you are kind of scheduling daily check-ins with the team member, and you are making sure that the delay on the delivery timelines is not happening. And along with that, to improve communication, you are doing this. Option B is giving solution. B is an amazing choice. I'm eliminating option A. B stands best. Let me read C and D. Option C. Ignore the issue as okay. I don't want to read this option further. When you have an issue, you must address this. You cannot ignore the issue. And also this issue has started impacting the delivery timelines. Option C is also eliminated. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign all critical tasks to on-site team members only. No. See, you have a problem with communication. You must address this. Just because you have a problem with communication, you cannot assign all the critical tasks to on-site team members. What if that on-site team members doesn't possess the skills and competencies to do those work? Right? D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. Now let's do question number 15. A team consistently identifies the same bottleneck in their sprint retrospectives, and it's preventing them from improving their velocity. Although the issue is frequently discussed, no solutions are being implemented. What should the project manager do? So, okay, what I understood from this particular question is, a team in every sprint retrospective, they are identifying the same bottleneck, and it is preventing from the improvement of their velocity. Although the solution for this issue is frequently discussed, no solution are being implemented. What was asked in the question as a project manager, what you should do? Let me read the options. Option A, require the team to find a solution to the bottleneck by the next sprint. See, this is something, it's already happening in every sprint retrospective. They are finding a solution, but they are not implementing. When you are doing option A, they will repeat the same, right? A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Allow the team to continue the process, assuming the issue will resolve itself. Very bad choice, because I think this is a serious problem. People are coming up with a solution, they are not implementing it. You are saying like, okay, let it resolve by itself. No issue will resolve by itself. No. B, it's also not a good choice. When you're doing option B, you are shying away from your project responsibilities. Don't do that. Let me read option C now. Help facilitate a focused discussion on practical solutions during the retrospective. This is an amazing choice because team members got stuck. As a Scrum Master or Project Manager, you are a servant leader. You should help them to find a practical solution and for the implementation as well. That's what you're doing in option C. Considering option C, I'm eliminating option A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign the product owner to solve the issue outside of the sprint process. No. Solving issue, it's a responsibility of developers and you as a project manager. These kind of issue, it's not the responsibility of the product owner. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, let's do question number 16 now. In a sprint retrospective, the team reflects on a successful sprint and acknowledges minor areas for improvement to enhance their workflow in the next sprint. The team is considering whether small adjustments are worth implementing. What should the project manager do? Okay, from this particular question, what I understood is, in a sprint retrospective, the team reflects on a successful sprint. Means the sprint that team conducted was very successful, and they identified some minor areas of improvement to enhance their workflow. The team is still in consideration whether these small adjustments are worth implementing or not. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will you guide the team? Let me read the options now. Option A, dismiss the need for changes since the sprint was successful. See, just because a sprint is successful, when team are proposing some small improvements, you should not dismiss that. These improvements may improve the productivity, right? So option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Discuss with the team and product owner to implement small improvements in the next sprint. This is an amazing choice. For doing any improvements, you have to do some work. Any work has to go back to the product backlog. Who is owning the product backlog? PO. You are discussing with PO. Along with that, you are discussing with team, and together you are taking a decision whether to implement this in the next sprint or not. B is an amazing choice. With that, you are collaborating. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Only focus on areas that had issues in the retrospective. Not necessarily. Even when team is proposing some improvements that will enhance the future productivity, you should consider that. Option C is also eliminated. Still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Document the success and avoid any changes to keep the workflow the same. Again, just because your sprint is successful, when team is making some improvements, you should not say no to that. If it's really worth implementing it, you should do that. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Let's start doing question number 17. A key software project has been progressing over the last 6 sprints. During a recent demo for stakeholders, a new stakeholder expressed concerns, stating that the product might not align with the market needs. What should the project manager do next? What I understood from this particular question is, a software project has been progressing well for the last 6 sprints. During a recent demo, a new stakeholder is expressing concern, stating that the product that we have developed might not align with the market needs. So, as a project manager, what you should do? Let me read the options now. Option A, discuss the issue with the project sponsor and the new stakeholder to resolve the expectation gap. Okay, with that you are collaborating with the new stakeholder and then you are resolving the expectation gap. But why sponsor you want to involve? Instead, sponsor, if they would have mentioned product owner, I would have considered that. Option A, it's a good choice, but let me read option B. Review the project scope and plan with the new stakeholder. This is an amazing choice because this new stakeholder is expressing concern the product might not align with the market needs. Now what you are doing, you are reviewing the project scope. You are discussing the scope of the product, the features and functions of the product with the stakeholder, and also you are kind of reviewing the plan with the stakeholder, and then you are trying to understand the stakeholder concerns. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Now let me read option C. Go over the list of current tasks with the development team and new stakeholder. Okay, this also you can do it, but nevertheless I'm comparing B and C. Rather going through the current task, I will review the project scope, which is requirements and everything. C is good, but B is better. So C I'm eliminating. Let me read the last choice. Option D, follow the change management process to revise the scope. Okay, now I don't want to read this option further because from the question, it is very clear this question is an agile question. When you're seeing an agile question in the option, if it is mentioned change management process, change control process, that should be the first option you should eliminate because change management process is only for waterfall project. Option D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 18 now. A software product nearing its release was demonstrated to stakeholders after several sprints of development. During the review, one of the stakeholders indicated that the product features might not address essential customer needs. What should the project manager do next? Okay, from the question, it is very clear. A software product is shown to demo, and in the demo, one of the stakeholders is saying that the product features might not address the needs of the customer. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, engage with the stakeholder to discuss customer expectations and explore the possible adjustments. This is an amazing choice because this particular stakeholder is saying the feature will not meet the customer needs. Now, what you're doing, you're collaborating with that person, and then you are trying to understand, okay, why are you saying this won't meet the customer expectation? This means you are understanding the customer expectation, and then you're trying to explore the possible adjustment based on that understanding. A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read B now. Extend the sprint timeline. Okay, I don't want to read this option further. Sprint timeline you should never extend because sprint durations are always fixed. For me, still A stands best. B, I am eliminating. Let me read option C. Remove features that don't align with customer needs based on the stakeholder feedback. See, now if you want to remove features, first you have to do option A. Only by doing option A, you will understand what is the customer expectations. Only based on that, you can take a decision, you should add some features or remove some features. A comes first, then C. In the PMP exam, always pick the option that you will do first. So first I will do A, then C. So C is eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Proceed with the original plan as the feedback was introduced late in the process. I am straight away eliminating option D because by doing option D, you are shying away from your project responsibilities. See, one of the stakeholders is complaining that this product will not meet the customer needs. By doing D, you are not taking care of that. You are proceeding with the original plan. D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 19. A critical project is close to its final sprint when a new stakeholder joins and raises concerns during a recent product review, indicating the deliverable may not align with business requirements. What action should the project manager take? Okay, from the question, what I understood, a critical project is close to its final sprint. A new stakeholder is saying that the deliverable may not align with the business requirements. In the sprint review meeting, that stakeholder is making that statement. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, organize a meeting with the new stakeholder to clarify the business requirements and assess the impact. This is an amazing choice because that particular stakeholder is saying that this won't meet the business requirement. What are you doing? You are collaborating with that particular stakeholder, and then you are understanding and clarifying the business requirement, and then you are assessing the impact, whether that is true or not. Option A is an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Add new tasks to the backlog based on the stakeholder concerns without affecting the sprint. No. Adding new tasks or new items is the responsibility of product owner. First, you can organize a meeting with the new stakeholder. First, do option A and then try to understand whether the stakeholder, what that stakeholder is saying is right or wrong. Then do option B in collaboration with the product owner. B is eliminated because in the PMP exam, always select the option that you will do first. Let me read option C now. Ignore the stakeholders' input to avoid delays in project completion. Guys, very bad choice. When you are doing that, you are shying away from your project responsibilities. Stakeholder is saying this deliverable may not align with the business requirement. You should not ignore that. C is also eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Request the development team to reprioritize tasks for the final sprint to include the changes. No. For the same reason why I eliminated option B, I am eliminating D as well. First, organize a meeting with the stakeholder, understand the things, Later, in collaboration with product owner, you can do option D. D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do Q20. After several sprints, the project team presents a product demo to stakeholders. A new stakeholder expresses concern saying the product does not match their expectation and suggests making modifications before the final release. What should the project manager do? Okay, what I understood from the particular question is my team presented a product demo to the stakeholders, and what those new stakeholders are saying, they are saying the product that your team has developed does not matches their expectations, and then they are asking for some changes. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, what you should do? Let me read the options now. Option A, ignore the stakeholders feedback to avoid project delays. Very bad choice. Agile is value driven. You are developing a product for a customer. When customer says the product does not meet their expectation, you should not ignore that. I don't want to keep that in the picture. It's directly eliminated. Let me read option B. Immediately incorporate the feedback into the final sprint without assessing feasibility. See, incorporating this feedback or not, product owner should decide. You should not decide. And also, I am not convinced with the last statement of option B, without assessing feasibility. It's kind of you are shying away from responsibilities again. A, it's already eliminated. B is a very bad choice for me. Yeah. Let me read option C. Suggest pausing the project to re-evaluate the entire product scope. No. Again, pausing means you are kind of stopping the project. This is something, it's an extreme step. You should not do this. C is also not a good choice for me. I have high hopes on option D. Let me read it. Organize a discussion to review the product vision and requirements with the stakeholder. Amazing choice. This particular stakeholder is expressing concern, saying that the product does not match the expectation. So what you are doing, you are collaborating with that stakeholder. And then you are reviewing the product vision and the requirements with the stakeholder. With that, you can understand why that stakeholder is saying like this. This can be a misunderstanding, right? Option D is an amazing choice. Considering option D, I'm eliminating B and C. For this question, my pick would be option D. Guys, from the previous set of questions, what mindset you should have is, kindly be aware when stakeholders say, this is not meeting the expectations. When they are making these kind of statement, always pick the option with that you're collaborating with those stakeholders and understand why they are saying like that. That's a mindset you should have for an Agile question for the PMP exam. Okay, let's do question number 21. A newly appointed Scrum project manager is tasked with developing a traffic control application for a city. Midway through development, the project manager is informed that the traffic measurement feature has been rejected by the city council due to non-compliance with existing national regulations. What could the project manager have done to prevent this issue? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is a project manager who is working on Scrum framework midway through the development. The project manager is informed the traffic measurement feature has been rejected, and this particular feature is the compliance requirement because this is from national regulations. What was asked in the question? Kindly read this question carefully. As a project manager, how you could have prevented this? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A. Assign the product owner to oversee regulatory compliances checks. See, it's not the responsibility of the product owner to check the compliance. This is something your team member should do as a part of internal testing. Option A, it's not a good choice for me, but let me keep it. Let me read option B. Designated an experienced team member to verify regulatory compliance. See, this is something I can do. When I would have designated an experienced team member to check the compliance requirements or to regularly monitor any changes in the compliance requirements, definitely this could have prevented. So this is an amazing choice. Option B is an amazing choice. Because here quality control not happened properly. Ensuring quality control is the responsibility of the development team. So A is eliminated. Let me read option C. held the Scrum Master accountable for ensuring regulatory compliance? No, Scrum Master should not be accountable. It's development team. They should be accountable. C is also eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Discussed compliance requirements with the sponsor early in the project. See, this is your project. You and team should do something. It should have prevented the things, not the sponsor. Sponsor is something who is very high in authority. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 22. I'm very excited because we still have just 4 questions to reach a milestone, which is within 4 questions, we'll be completing 25 agile questions. So let's get going. A Scrum project manager is leading a team in creating a software application for a healthcare organization. After several sprints, the project manager learns that a key feature was rejected by stakeholders due to non-compliance with healthcare regulations. What should the project manager have done to avoid this issue? This particular question is also very similar to the previous question. Yeah. So what I understood from this particular question is, I am a Scrum project manager and then I'm leading a team who creates a software application. I'm working in healthcare industry. I learned a key feature was rejected by stakeholders due to non-compliance with some healthcare regulations. What was asked in the question, as similar to the earlier question, how I could have avoided this. Let me read the options. A. Ask the product owner to ensure regulatory standards were integrated into requirements. C. Nowhere in the question it is stated regulatory standards are not integrated. Feature which is already implemented were rejected, saying that non-compliance with the healthcare regulation. If you ask me, quality control was not happened properly, testing was not happened properly. So A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Held regular compliance reviews with the Scrum team during each sprint. This also looks like a very good choice because when you are regularly conducting compliance review during each sprint, this would have prevented. Let me read option C. Included a team member with healthcare expertise to review compliance needs at the start. Okay, now I am comparing B and C. For me, B looks like a better choice because in option C, you are just including one team member to do a compliance needs at the start. But in option B, what you are doing, you are kind of regularly conducting compliance review with the whole team during each sprint. When you are doing that, these kind of problem will be prevented. Whereas in the previous question number 21, I don't have these kind of option. Means this B option I don't have. If I have that option, I would have went for that. Yeah. So now for this question, for me, B sounds best. I'm eliminating option C. A also I'm eliminating. Now D. Highlighted the regulatory requirements to the sponsor during the project kickoff. Again, this is purely on quality control. It's not like you should involve sponsor here. Yeah. Everything should be handled within the Scrum team. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 23. A project manager in an agile team notices that a few team members often wait for explicit instructions before taking action on tasks, which is slowing down the team's progress. The project manager wants to encourage more autonomy and initiative among the team members to enhance productivity. What should the project manager do? So what I understood from this particular question is, I am working as a project manager in an agile project. Now, some of my team members, they often wait for me to say what are the next activities they should do. Now, you as a project manager wants to encourage self-organizing. They themselves has to decide, what they have to pick. You are deciding they should not wait for me. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how you will achieve this? Let me read the options. Option A, start assigning specific tasks to each team member in the daily stand-up. See, actually you want to resolve this problem. You as a project manager don't want your team members to wait for you to assign tasks. Now in option A, you are doing the same again. A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Motivate team members to suggest improvements during sprint retrospective. This is an amazing choice because if you carefully read the question, this is something which is not going well, right? team members waiting for you to give the explicit instructions, where you can discuss something which is not going well in which even in sprint retrospective, and then you can decide together how can we make the team self-organizing. Now I'm comparing A and B. For me, B looks like a better choice. I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Implement a rule where only the project manager can assign tasks. No, for the same reason why I eliminated option A, I'm eliminating C as well, because you as a project manager don't want to assign tasks. C is also gone. Let me read the last option, D. Rotate team members between projects to expose them to new challenges. Again, here also you are assigning tasks. Strictly no in Agile. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 24. During a sprint, a team member proposes a new way to complete a task more efficiently. However, the project manager feels uncertain about deviating from the original plan and worries about the potential impact on deadlines. How should the project manager respond to foster an empowered team environment? Okay, what I understood from the particular question is, during a sprint, a team member proposes a new way to complete a task. Now, as a PM, I feel uncertain, saying that if I go with this proposal, this may deviate from the original plan and I will have a potential impact on deadlines. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how I will, respond and how I will foster an empowered team environment. Let me read the options now. Option A, allow the team member to proceed with a new approach and monitor progress. See, this is an amazing choice. When team members are coming up with some proposal, you have to encourage that. And you are uncertain about the original plan, right? For that, you are monitoring progress by doing option A, and you are evaluating that, whether this new way of working will impact your project or not. A looks like an amazing choice. You are empowering the team. You are allowing the team to try new things. Let me read option B. Reject the suggestion and emphasize the importance of following the initial plan. No, this is not for Agile. In waterfall project, you do the plan and follow the plan. In Agile, plans can be flexible, so you have to come up with a lot of improvements. So you have to allow the team to generate ideas. B, it's eliminated. Still A stands best. Let me read option C. Schedule a meeting with upper management to evaluate the team members' ideas. No. When team members are coming up with ideas, they have to decide whether to do that or not. They are empowered. They are self-organized. You should not take it from upper management. C is also gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign the task to a different team member to ensure timely completion. No. This particular option, if you ask me, this is completely irrelevant because they are coming up with the ideas and you are not doing anything by doing option D. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, now let's do question number 25. So with this, we achieved a big milestone, which is out of 100, we completed discussing 25 questions. After this question, let's do Q25. A project manager realizes that team members often rely on the manager's decision even for minor issues, which is slowing down the team's decision making. The project manager wants to encourage team members to take more initiative and ownership over their work. What is the most effective way in this scenario? Okay, what I understood from the particular question is same like the other two questions. You as a project manager observe that team members are always relying on you whenever they want to take some decision, even for addressing minor issue. So you want to encourage your team members to take more initiative and ownership. Means you want to motivate your team members to get self-organized. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you handle this scenario? Let me read the options. Option A, remind team members that they should make decisions independently. Okay, you can tell them, you can remind them. Good choice, not a bad choice. Let me read B. Organize a team meeting to establish guidelines for self-management and decision-making. This is an amazing choice. Why? Because you are collaborating with the team by organizing a meeting. Collaboration, PMP exam, always those options should get prioritized. And then you are establishing ground rules together with the team. Like how can you self-organize yourself? With that, you are addressing the challenge what you have in the question. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Continue making decisions until the team feels ready to handle them. No. In Agile, team members are self-organized. When they are not, you have to motivate them to self-organize. You should not wait until the team will get used to take decisions. No. When you are waiting until that, they will never go into that scenario. You have to give opportunities to people. C is also eliminated. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Limit team members' involvement in decisions to prevent mistakes. No, in Agile, team members are self-organizing. Even though they make mistakes, you should not blame them. You should motivate them. With the mistakes, they will learn. D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. So we have successfully completed 25 questions. Let's move on to question number 26. A product owner receives complaints from end users about slow system performance. Upon review, the development team identifies areas of inefficient code contributing to the delays. They suggest performing refactoring during the next sprint to improve performance. What was asked in the question? How should the product owner respond to ensure project goals are met while maintaining system stability? Okay. From this question, what I understood, product owner receives complaints from end users saying that the product performance is getting slow. So what development team did, they did a root cause analysis for this particular problem and they found the cause. The cause that they found was inefficient code. That was a cause. And development team is giving solution also. The solution for this cause is we have to do the refactoring immediately in the next sprint. So what was asked in the question, this question asking you to consider yourself as product owner and then how you will respond. Let me read the options now. Option A, approve refactoring only after major features are delivered. See, from the question, it is very clear this is a complaint from end users. And for this, team has made a solution refactoring. Now, when you're doing option A, you don't know when you will deliver major features. You may deliver major features after 2 or 3 sprints that you don't know, right? When you are approving refactoring after major features, this slow system performance compliance will keep on increasing. This will impact the revenue of your product. In my opinion, option A, it's definitely not a good choice. Let me read option B, reject the request because refactoring does not provide visible business value. No, this is a very bad choice. I straight away eliminate option B because there is an end user complaint. You have to do refactoring because that's a solution your team has found. B is gone. Let me read option C. Approve refactoring tasks based on performance impact and user experience improvements. This is an amazing choice. End users have started complaining. You must do refactoring as per the development team proposes. Only then this end user compliance comes down. Your profitability will get affected, as I already said, when you're not taking care of this. Now I'm comparing C and A. For me, C looks like a better choice. I'm eliminating option A. Let me read the last option, which is D. Delay refactoring until after project completion to avoid disrupting the release schedule. No, for the same reason why I said option B is not a good choice. D is also not a good choice. I should not delay refactoring because the slow system performance compliance will keep on increasing. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. So what mindset you should have? Any problem, make a solution. Okay, now let's do question number 27. A project team is often unable to complete sprint tasks due to missing requirements or technical details. This causes many tasks to carry over to the next sprint. What should the project manager do to address this issue? What I understood from this particular question is a project team in a sprint, they could not able to complete more tasks. Why? This is because due to some missing requirements and technical details. That's a root cause of this problem. And what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, require the team to clarify task details in real time during the sprint. Okay. Option A looks like a good choice because when you are in a sprint, when you came to know that this task will get delayed because of missing requirements or technical details, you can clarify those missing requirements and technical details during the sprint. This is giving solution, but I will say this is not a very good choice because Again, clarifying takes more time, right? So it's a good choice, not the best one. Let me read option B as well. Instruct the team to start working on tasks regardless of missing details, resolving issues as they come up. No, this is not a good choice at all. For me, still option A stands best. Why? Because when you are doing option B, you are not giving solution to this missing requirements and missing technical details. You are accepting that problem. Option B, it's straight away eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Make the product owner personally approve each backlog item before it enters a sprint. Now carefully read the question. What is the root cause of this particular problem? Missing requirements or technical details, right? Product backlog will have user stories. How by approving user stories before you start the sprint, you are handling the missing requirements and technical details? Option C, it's not giving the solution that you have in the question. C, it's also not a good choice for me. I'm comparing A and C. For me, A looks like a better choice because inside the sprint, whenever you are identifying some requirements are missed or some technical details are missing, at least you are trying to clarify those. Considering option A, I'm eliminating option C. Let me read the last option. Now the battle is between A and D. Let me read the last option, which is D. Implement a definition of ready that requires backlog items to have clear requirements and technical details before they enter a sprint. This is an amazing choice. Ask yourself, what is definition of ready? A list of conditions. Only if those conditions are met, we can enter into a sprint. Now what you are doing, you are making a definition of ready. In that, you will be mentioning these are the requirements and technical details should be present for the items in the backlog before we enter a sprint. When those conditions are not met, you won't begin the sprint at all. So that what will happen, team will automatically work on the missing requirements and technical details before they're beginning the work, and this problem in a sprint will be avoided. Considering option D, I'm eliminating option A. For this question, my pick would be option D. I am sticking to a process. Let's do question number 28 now. An agile team has implemented test-driven development, which is TDD, but struggles to keep its code base clean and organized due to rapidly changing requirements. The team is considering combining TDD with regular refactoring sessions. What is the most effective way for the team to manage these activities while ensuring smooth feature delivery? What I understood from the question, it's very simple. I am working on an agile project and my agile team wants to implement or maintain both TDD and refactoring. When I say TDD, test-driven development, and refactoring, what was asked in the question, how will I maintain or how will I follow both TDD and refactoring process in my project? So people who don't know test-driven development, TDD and refactoring, let me quickly explain that. Test-driven development means a development which is driven by test. So first you will write a test case before you implement the requirement on the product or on the software. Then you will run the test case for that particular requirement. Obviously the test will fail because that requirement itself is not satisfied. Then development team will implement the requirement on the software or product just to make the test case passed. Then again you will run the test case, and the test case, when you have correctly implemented that requirement, the test case will pass. That's called a development which is driven by test cases. This means before you implement or develop a requirement itself, you will write the test case. That's called test-driven development. With this approach, you will write the minimum code which is needed to pass the test case. That's it. Refactoring is nothing but the cleaning up of the code. For example, you wouldn't have followed coding standards. By doing a refactoring, you'll make sure that the coding standards is getting followed without affecting the external behavior of the system. That's called refactoring. So let's come back to the question now. So what is this question is asking? How you will maintain both TDD and refactoring together? Let me read option A. Perform refactoring only after key releases to minimize disruptions. Ask yourself, what this question wants you to do? You want to handle test-driven development and refactoring together. Are you really doing this? Option A is just talking about refactoring. This is not talking about test-driven development at all. Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Use refactoring continuously, ensuring all TDD tests pass after every change. This is a very good choice. By doing option B, you are doing refactoring continuously, and then soon after every change is implemented, every requirement is implemented, you are running test-driven development also. Means you are running the test cases and making sure that the test cases is getting passed or failed. So by option B, I'm making sure refactoring and TDD both are getting implemented. Let me read option C now. Focus solely on writing additional unit tests to cover all scenarios. Now ask yourself, by doing option C, are you ensuring that both refactoring and TDD is getting followed? Not at all. Now I have the better option, which is B. Considering option B, I'm eliminating A and C. Now the competition is between B and D. Let me read option D. Implement TDD only for major features and skip refactoring during active sprints. No, this is a very bad choice. You are implementing TDD. That too, only for major features. No, that itself a wrong approach. And here, what is the second thing you are doing? Refactoring, you are skipping. So I'm comparing B and D. For me, B looks like a better choice. I'm eliminating option D because by doing option B, I'm taking care of refactoring and TDD together. Okay, amazing. Let's do question number 29. An agile team is struggling with effective collaboration and communication. The project manager observes that team members often work in isolation rather than sharing ideas. To encourage teamwork, what should the project manager do? See, what was asked in the question, it's very simple. You are working on an agile project as a project manager. You want to encourage teamwork. This means you want to make sure that team members are not working isolated and they are collaborating and helping out each other. How you will make sure that? How you will promote the teamwork? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, set strict rules for team members to follow during collaboration. See, collaboration is something you cannot enable by setting a strict rule. So this should come naturally. Option A, what you're doing is when they're doing any collaboration activities, you are setting up a strict rules. They may follow for some time, after that they will give up. A, it's kind of not a good choice for me. Not kind of good choice, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Organize team building exercises to strengthen collaboration. This is an amazing choice. I'll tell you the reason. Team building. What are team building activities that you can think of? Team lunch, team dinner, team outing. Ask yourself, when you're conducting some team building activities, what will happen? Your team members will build personal bonding. That personal bonding, they will take it to the work. Because of the personal bonding team members have, what they will do, in the work, when anyone is struggling, they will organically go and support. Collaboration will automatically happen. Option B is an amazing choice where you're not forcing collaboration, you're building that bonding and you're making collaboration happen organically. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Now it's between B, C and D. Let me read option C. Allow the team to continue working independently. Ask yourself, is this option is giving solution to you? You're kind of avoiding this problem. Never pick these kind of options in the PMP exam. Option C is also eliminated. For me, B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign specific communication roles to each team member. See, I'm comparing B and D. D is a good choice, but I'm still in alignment with B because when you're building that personal bonding, collaboration will organically happen. So D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do Q30. A Scrum Master notices that the team frequently encounters bugs after releasing features. The Scrum Master suggests adopting test-driven development to minimize these issues. However, some team members are unsure how TDD can improve the process. What should the Scrum Master explain to clarify how TDD can help the team delivering high-quality features? This particular question has a lot of garbage statement. What was asked in the question, it's very simple. How Scrum Master explain TDD to the development team members. That's what asked in the question. Now, let me read the options. Option A, TDD focus on writing detailed automated tests before any code, ensuring functionality is verified from the start. This is an amazing choice. You know, that's the purpose of TDD. What is TDD? As I already explained in my previous question, writing the test case beforehand, before you implement any code. That's TDD. Option A is an amazing choice. But let me read other options as well. Option B, TDD is useful only during the final testing phase before releasing the product. No, that's not right. TDD should happen throughout the project, not only during the final testing. Option B is eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. TDD requires creating a complete test suite after developing each feature. I don't want to read this option further. The purpose of TDD itself, before you develop a feature itself, you have to write the test case. So option C is gone. For me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. TDD involves manual testing performed by the QA team after development is complete. I don't like this word. TDD, it's not about manual testing. You can have an automated test also. And after development is complete, that's not TDD at all. Before development, you will write the test cases and automated test cases. Option D is also gone. For me, the right definition for TDD is listed in option A. My pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 31. An agile team delivered a new software feature, but during the sprint review, stakeholders pointed out missing quality checks. The team realizes they only covered minimal testing and deployment. What should the project manager do to avoid this in future sprints? So what I understood from this particular question is an agile team in a sprint review, they showed the demo of a software feature to the stakeholders, and stakeholders pointed out they missed some quality checks. This means they covered only minimum testing and deployment. This means for those features, they have forgot or missed to perform some of the tasks. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will you make sure that the same thing, which is missing task, is not getting repeated in the future sprints? Let me read the options now. Option A, update the DOD. DOD means definition of done to include detailed testing, quality assurance, and stakeholder review steps. This is an amazing choice. What is definition of done? A list of conditions. Only when those conditions are met, we can say a feature is completed or a user story is completed. Now, when you're updating the definition of done, with these activity, the testing activity, quality assurance, which is nothing but the stakeholders are claiming, right? These steps are missed. When you're adding all those steps in DOD, in the execution of the sprint itself, when a team member comes and tells you that I have completed this particular user story or feature, you can ask the team member, hey, whether this feature is meeting DOD. Only if it is meeting DOD, you will say that feature is completed. Only if it is meeting DOD, you will take that feature to sprint review. By doing option A, this means by just implementing DOD, you can ensure the same problem, which is the missing of activities is not getting repeated in the future sprints. A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Require the team to submit tasks for extra review by the project manager before marking them as done. See, you can do option B, but in the PMI exam or in the PMP exam, you should always stick to the process. The purpose of DOD itself is to ensure that you are not having any incomplete task. By doing option A, I'm sticking to the process. For me, still A stands best. I'm eliminating option B. Let me read option C now. Change the DOD to add stakeholder feedback sessions during every sprint. See, the problem is not the feedback session. The problem is the missing task, which is they have missed some task on testing and deployment. That's a problem. That problem is getting addressed by doing option A, which is these tasks I'm adding as some of the points of DOD. Option C is eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Adjust the DoD to focus solely on technical tasks, leaving quality checks to the product owner. No, quality checks you should never leave to the product owner. That's one of the tasks of team member. Option D, it's completely giving a wrong perception. Option D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option A. Have one thing in mind. Any missed task, if you don't want to have the same thing to happen in the future sprints, always update DOD, which is definition of done. Okay, now let's move on to question number 32. Midway through a sprint, a developer reports that they are facing difficulties with a technical challenge and unsure how to resolve it. The project manager wants to help without taking control. How should the project manager address this? From the question, what I understood, I'm in the middle of the sprint. A developer of my team reports that the entire team is facing difficulty with a technical challenge and they don't know how to resolve it. Now, as a project manager, you want to help your team without taking the full control. How you will do it? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, extend the sprint to give the developer more time to resolve the issue. Guys, please be aware. When you're seeing an option like extend the sprint, increase the sprint duration, never pick that option because the duration of the sprint are fixed. I straight away eliminate option A. I don't want to keep option A inside the picture. It's gone. Now let me read option B. Reassign the task to someone else on the team. See, just because some team member or a developer is facing some technical issue, you cannot just like that reassign, So what if that the another person is doing some other important work? Option B, it's not a good choice for me, but let me keep this. Let me read option C. Connect the developer with a more experienced team member who can offer guidance. This is an amazing choice. Ask yourself, in the real world also, this is what you will do, right? So consider I'm a developer and you are a project manager. And if I struggle in doing a particular work, you will be connecting me with a more experienced person who can offer guidance to me, right? So with this, without you taking control, you are helping me. C is an amazing choice. Considering option C, I'm eliminating option B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Instruct the developer to find a solution independently. See, how you can do this? Because this person clearly said that they are unsure how to resolve it. When you're doing option D, you're kind of shying away from your responsibilities. You're not helping that person. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B, and that's an amazing choice. Now let's do question number 33. During a sprint retrospective, team members raise concerns about accumulated technical debt, slowing down feature development. The team is worried about meeting tight deadlines for future releases if they continue ignoring these issues. What should the Scrum Master recommend to help the team address technical debt while staying agile? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is during a sprint retrospective event, my team members are raising concerns that they are seeing a lot of technical debt. Because of that, it is slowing down the feature development. Team is worried that because of technical debt, they cannot meet the release timelines. Now, what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how you will help the team to address technical debt? See, what is technical debt? It's simple. Consider you are a programmer. In order to develop the code faster to your customer, sometimes you might be skipping, following coding standards, and then you won't write proper comments. And variable name, you won't give the proper variable name. You will be writing temp A, temp B, temp C. I know I'm talking a lot of software language, but this technical debt concept is more for software, So keep this in mind. If you are having more technical debt on your project, the solution should be refactoring. Okay, refactoring means cleaning up the code, writing the proper comments, and if you have created duplicate code, that's a debt you have created, handling that with a function, that's called refactoring. But people who are from non-software, technical debt is a problem, refactoring is a solution. Have this mindset with you for all the questions, you will end up picking the right choice. Now, What is the problem we have in the question? Technical debt. So what option I should pick? People from non-software, refactoring. Let's look for that option. Let me read option A. Allocate time in each sprint for continuous refactoring and technical debt resolution. Amazing choice. As I said, technical debt, problem, refactoring, solution. A, it's an excellent choice, but I won't conclude A is my pick without reading B, C, and D. Let me read option B. Postpone all technical debt management tasks until after project completion. Not a good choice at all, because from the question it is very clear technical debt is a problem which is slowing down the team's performance. When you are postponing, all your deadlines will be missed. Option B is straight away eliminated. Let me read option C. Increase sprint duration. I don't want waste time in reading this option further. As I already said in my previous questions, whenever you are seeing increasing the sprint duration, that should be the first option you should kick out. Sprint durations are fixed, you cannot extend. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign technical debt fixes only to senior developers while the rest of the team builds new features. See, this is not a good choice. It's not like only senior developers should fix the technical debt. What if the senior developers are working on a very important features that needs to be delivered as soon as possible? You can give that to junior developers also. Option D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 34 now. A team member mentions in a retrospective that they feel disengaged due to work on repetitive low-impact tasks. The project manager wants to increase the team's motivation and focus on accomplishment. How should the project manager respond? What I understood from this particular question, a team member on my project in a retrospective, that person is saying he or she is feeling disengaged due to working on a repetitive low impact task. This means the team member is saying the task I'm doing, it's a kind of a repetitive task. I'm not feeling motivated. So what was asked in the question, how you will address this team member problem as a project manager? Let me read the options now. Ignore the concern. See, I don't want to read this option further because, from the question itself, it's very clearly stated that how you will address this concern. Now option is saying that ignore the concern. No, not a good choice at all. I don't want to keep this option. I'm straight away eliminating this option. Let me read option B. Reassign all low impact tasks to junior team members. Now what you're doing, a team member is complaining, he or she is not happy doing this repetitive low impact task. Now what you are doing, this team member task, you are assigning to the junior team members. Now after some time, the junior team members will also make the same complaint. You are solving this problem, but by doing option B, you are creating some future problems. So option B, it's also not a good choice. Let me read option C. Tell the team member to find motivation independently. See, this is not a good choice because that person is saying that he or she is demotivated. Consider I'm your boss. You're coming and telling that I'm demotivated. Can I tell you that, okay, you go and find the motivation independently? That's not good. Option C, it's also not a good choice for me. Now I have high hopes on option D. Let me read that. Option D, rotate tasks within the team to give everyone a chance to work on different aspects of the project. This is an amazing choice. See, now what's happening, from the question, what I understood is, in this particular project, some people are doing a repetitive task and some people are doing a very challenging task. So with that, you're creating a single point of failure. Means a single resource possesses the entire skill set. Now by doing option D, you're making sure that every team members are working on all type of tasks. With that, you are addressing this team member problem. Along with that, you are avoiding single point of failure. This means the entire team will have skills in doing all the work. Considering option D, I'm eliminating A, B, and C. For this question, my pick would be option D. Okay, let's move on to question number 35 now. The project manager receives a progress report during a demo and review meeting. The report shows that the Agile project is not on track since all work was purposely selected by PM and sequenced to meet higher level objectives. The project manager is surprised by the report. In the future, how can the project manager prevent this type of miscommunication in an agile project? So what I understood from this particular question is, the project manager received a progress report of an agile project, and he or she understood based on the report that the agile project is not on track. And the project manager is surprised because project manager selected all the work to meet the higher level objectives. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how can you prevent these type of miscommunication in the future? Let me read the options now. Option A, support self-organization for the project team and help them provide buy-in for the project. Guys, this is an amazing choice. I'll tell you the reason. Now, you carefully read the question. Who selected all the work? Project manager. Kindly be aware, in agile project manager should not select the work. Team members are the one who should decide how much work they can do in a particular sprint, because team members are self-organized. Here in agile, no dictator leadership. But what this project manager did, he or she selected all the work. Now by doing option A, what PM is doing? PM is supporting the self-organization. This means in future, PM is going to make the team to select all the work. Because of that, what team will take? Buy-in. Buy-in means, consider I'm selecting 5 work. I will take ownership. That's called buy-in. Option A, it's an amazing choice. With this, I can avoid the problem in future. Let me read option B. Ensure that there is a contingency reserve to cover these issues. No, contingency reserve has nothing to do with the problem that you have in the question. Here, the project manager should self-organize the team. That's what the PM wants to do. Option B is also eliminated. Let me read option C. Ensure that the team is trained to use the agile process reporting system. So kindly be aware, the problem here is not the agile process reporting system. The problem here is project manager is not respecting the agile principle. What agile principle says? Team should be self-organized. Option C is also eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Provide early training and ongoing mentoring about the agile approach for the project team. See, if you personally ask me, here project team don't need training. PM needs training on agile values and principles. PM has to be trained saying that, hey, in agile project, team members has to self-organize. You cannot pick the work. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 36 now. A project manager in an agile team notices that a few junior team members are struggling to grasp the principles of agile, which is impacting their productivity and confidence. The project manager wants to support their development. What should the project manager do to address this? So what I understood from this particular question is, I'm working as a project manager. A few junior team members in my team, they are struggling to understand the agile principles, and that is impacting their productivity and confidence. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will I address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, assign them simpler tasks to prevent delays in the project. Okay. See, nowhere in the question it is stated that the project is having delay. Of course, the productivity is getting impacted, but that can lead to delay. But ask yourself, why the productivity is getting impacted? That is because the team members are not understanding agile principles. Now, how by assigning the simpler task to them will address this root cause, which is they not understanding agile principles? You know, option A, it's not giving solution to the problem that I have. The problem that I have here is lack of knowledge on agile principles, right? So option A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B now. Direct them to online resources and let them learn independently. At least comparing option A, this looks like a good choice. You are directing them to some online resources where they study and learn agile principles. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. For me, B stands best. Let me read option C. Avoid intervening, allowing them to figure it out over time. No. When team members have a problem, you have to pitch in and then you have to support. When you're doing option C, you're shying away from your responsibilities. Please don't do that. For me, still B stands best. I'm eliminating option C. Let me read the last option, which is D. Conduct one-on-one coaching sessions to help them understand agile practices better. Now, you must understand one thing. As a Scrum Master or project manager of an agile project, you are an agile coach. That's one of your responsibilities. Now, from the question, it is very clear that the team members are lacking, knowledge on agile principles. When you're doing option B, you are working as an agile coach. But when you're doing option D, you actually work as an agile coach. In option B, you're just routing it to some online resources. By doing option D, you are conducting a meeting and you are giving coaching to the team members. You are an agile coach. You are an expert in agile. So for this question, my pick would be option D. B is eliminated because by doing D, you yourself taking that ownership of coaching. Okay, let's do question number 37 now. During a sprint retrospective, a team member mentions feeling overwhelmed due to a lack of understanding of agile estimation techniques. The project manager realizes this could impact future sprint planning sessions. How should the project manager approach this situation? Again, this particular question is similar to the previous question that we practiced. I want you to carry the same mindset that you had in the previous question for this question as well. So what I understood from this particular question, during a sprint retrospective, a team member is saying that I'm feeling overwhelmed because I have a lack of skills on agile estimation technique. So you understood if this continues, this will impact the future sprint planning session. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, arrange a workshop on agile estimation techniques for the entire team. See, this looks like a good choice. You are arranging a workshop on agile estimation technique for the entire team. Even though one team member only complies, but it is not necessary to arrange a workshop for the entire team in this case. But let's keep this option, because when you are doing this, you are helping the team member for gaining the knowledge on agile estimation technique, and you're kind of assuming rest of the team members can also have the same problem. So let me pull them also. A, it's not a bad choice. Let me keep option A. Let me read option B. Reassign the team member to tasks that don't require estimation skills. So, no, you should not do. See, estimation in Agile project is something all team members should do. You cannot say that, okay, when some team members don't have a knowledge on estimation, I will not make them to estimate. That's a very bad approach. So, with that, you are making sure that they still have that lack of skills. Never pick this kind of option. Option B is eliminated. For me, still at least A stands best. Let me read option C. Move forward with the next sprint without addressing the concern. And never pick these kind of options in the PMP exam. You cannot be without addressing a concern. Option C is also eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ask the team member to research estimation techniques on their own. See, that particular person is struggling. You are saying that you do your research on your own. Then why you are there on the project as an agile coach? When team members are having skills and competencies problem on any agile process, you have to help them, right? So option D, it's also not a good choice for me. So out of the 4 options I have, for me, A is the better choice. Even though I'm including all my team, I'm addressing that person concerns as well. So my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 38 now. During a sprint review, the project manager realizes that the team completed multiple low priority features but left a critical deliverable unfinished. To improve focus on important accomplishment, what should the project manager do? What I understood from this particular question, during a sprint review, me as a project manager have realized team has worked on multiple low priority features rather than the important deliverable. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will I address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, extend the sprint to allow time. I don't want to read this option further. As we already discussed in all the previous questions, extending the sprint duration, you should never do it. Yeah, because in Agile, sprint durations are fixed. Option A is straight away eliminated. Let me read option B. Assign all critical features to specific team members at the start of the sprint. See, for 2 reasons, I'm saying this option B, it's not a good choice. Reason number 1, you cannot assign features to the team. team members are self-organized, they should take the features and assign to themselves. For that reason, I'm saying B is not a good choice. And ask yourself, if I assign all critical features to specific team members, how will you make sure that team is working on important features and they are leaving out the non-important features? For this reason also, I'm saying B is not a good choice. Let me read option C now. Encourage the product owner to prioritize high impact features at the beginning of each sprint. Amazing choice. By doing option C, you as a PM is ensuring that product owner is prioritizing the product backlog before we start every sprint. You are making sure that before we start every sprint, product owner is keeping all the important features at the top of the product backlog. Low priority features stays in the bottom of the product backlog. So that what will happen in a sprint, in sprint planning, team will obviously pick all the high priority features. Option C, it's giving solution to the problem what I have in the question. So considering option C, I'm eliminating option B. So let me read the last option, which is D. Request the team to lower the priority of low impact features. Option D, it's eliminated. Prioritizing, deprioritizing features is the responsibility of the product owner, not team. D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, let's move on to question number 39 now. A company recently scaled its product development by adding 5 new agile teams. As inter-team dependencies increases, team face frequent coordination issues and delays. What action should the project manager take to enhance team collaboration? So what I understood from the particular question is a company recently scaled its product development by adding 5 new agile teams. So what's happening? Because my team strength got increased, they are facing coordination issues and delays. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will I enhance my team collaboration? How will I make sure that I have a larger team, how they collaborate well? Let me read the options now. Option A, combine all teams into one large agile team. See, when you're combining every team, means all 5 teams into one large agile team, coordination issues will increase more. It won't decrease. Because ask yourself, consider you have a team of 30. How you will conduct daily Scrum within 15 minutes? It's not possible. This is just one example. Option A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Introduce Scrum of Scrums to manage inter-team dependencies. This is an amazing choice. Keep this in mind, guys. When you have a large agile teams, when you are facing coordination issues, you have to go to Scrum of Scrum approach. Scrum of Scrum is one of the approach of handling larger agile teams, where you will divide the larger teams into smaller teams and then you will do things. Option B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I am eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Conduct weekly sprint reviews with all teams attending. No, for me, still Scrum of Scrum looks like a better choice. That's a way to handle large teams, and this will give good collaboration between large teams also. C is also eliminated. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign a senior manager to supervise all teams closely. See, when you're going for Scrum of Scrum approach, you will be dividing the bigger agile teams into smaller teams, and every team will have a Scrum master. So option D is there inside Scrum of Scrum approach. So option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 40. A team member reports a recurring issue with access to a critical software tool which has been slowing down their productivity for several sprints. What should the project manager do as a servant leader? So what I understood from this particular question is a team member reports a recurring issue that saying that that person could not able to access a critical software tool which is slowing down that person and also the team's productivity for several sprints. What was asked in the question, as a servant leader, means you as a project manager is a servant leader, how will you solve this problem? Let me read the options now. Option A, assign the task to another team member who has access to the tool. Okay, guys, this is not a good choice. When you are assigning this particular task to another team member, just because the team member has an access to the tool, you're solving the problem, but I think you are creating another problem. What if that another team member who has access to the tool is handling some important work. This is not the right choice, because as a servant leader, you have to solve the problem. Option A may solve the problem, but you are creating another new problem, as I already said. Yeah, A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Request the team member to contact IT support directly. By doing option B, at least you are helping the team member to solve the problem. Hey, you know what? You just contact the IT team so that they will solve this access issue with that critical software tool. So option B, it's a good choice. So considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Work with IT to ensure the team has uninterrupted access to the tool. This is an amazing choice, because you as a project manager is a servant leader. When team has problem, you should not request the team to go and contact that particular person. Rather, you should work with that particular person, in this case IT team, and help the team to solve this access to the critical software tool problem. With that, you're showing your servant leadership skills. I'm comparing C with B. For me, C looks like a good choice because you yourself directly involving. I'm eliminating option B. Let me read the last choice, which is D. Instruct the team to work around the issue to avoid delays. See, again, by doing option D, you are not helping the team member to solve that problem, whereas you are saying, hey, you go and work around the issue. No, you are shying away from your responsibilities. Never pick these kind of options. Option D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, let's do question number 41. A team has been struggling to meet sprint goals, and the project manager observes that they often lose focus on high priority tasks. The project manager wants to help the team stay focused on key accomplishment. What should the project manager do? Okay, from the question, what I understood, my team, they always struggle to meet the sprint goals. So what is the root cause of this particular problem is, inside the sprint, they often focused on low priority tasks rather than the high priority task. Now you as a project manager wants to help the team to stay focused on the high priority work so that they can meet the sprint goals. What was asked in this question? As a project manager, how will you do that? Let me read the options now. Option A. Reassess the team goals and reduce the workload for the sprint. See, read the question carefully. Nowhere in the question it is stated team members are overloaded. Here the problem is team could not able to meet the sprint goals. What is the root cause? Team is focusing more on the low priority work. Option A, it's not addressing the cause, which is focusing on the low priority work. Rather, you are trying to reduce the workload for the sprint. It's not a good choice. Let me read the option B. Facilitate a meeting with the team to set daily goals that align with the sprint objectives. This is an amazing choice. Here, what you're doing, you are facilitating a meeting, because as a PM for an agile project, you are a facilitator and you are helping the team to set up the daily goals so that they can meet the sprint objectives. With that, you are giving the solution to the problem what you have in the question by respecting the responsibilities of project manager, which is a facilitating role. So considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Allow the team to decide which tasks they want to prioritize. See, you have already allowed the team to decide which tasks they want to prioritize. On the top of that, still they are prioritizing the lower priority task, and then they could not able to meet the sprint objectives. So by doing option C, you are again creating the same problem. Now you are a servant leader, you are a problem solver, right? By doing option B, you are helping the team to solve that problem. So considering option B, I'm eliminating option C. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign tasks to team members based on their skills. See, nowhere in the question we are talking about skills and competencies and so on. If you ask me, option D is completely irrelevant. Option D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. So let's do question number 42 now. During a sprint retrospective, a team member expresses frustration due to unclear requirements from a stakeholder, which is affecting their ability to complete their tasks. What is the best course of action for the project manager? So what I understood from this particular question is, during a sprint retrospective, a team member expresses frustration saying that from a stakeholder, lot of requirements are unclear. So this is also affecting their performance. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, tell the team to skip the task until requirements are clarified. This is something you're going in an offensive mode. You are saying that, skip all the task of that requirement which is given by the stakeholder. Let him or her first give the requirement clearly and then let's start doing the task. See, this is something you are entirely deviating from the value-driven approach and you are going into offensive mode. Never pick these kind of options in the PMP exam. Yeah. Let me read option B. Arrange a meeting with the stakeholder to clarify the requirements for the team. This is an amazing choice. You as a project manager is a problem solver. Team has a problem and also the stakeholder has a problem. I think stakeholder could not able to give the clear requirements to the team. Because that stakeholder is not giving the clear requirements to the team is struggling to complete the task. By doing option B, you are solving the problem. You are facilitating a meeting and then you are getting a clear requirement from that stakeholder. This will definitely help the team. Option B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Ask the team member to reach out to the stakeholder directly. See, kind of facilitation activity, getting information from the people. This is something you as a PM has to do it. So that team can focus only on doing the value added item, which is designing the product, developing the product, testing the product. So you should not ask the team for doing these kind of facilitation work. So for this reason, for me, still B stands best. I'm eliminating option C. Let me read option D. Ask the team member to proceed with the work based on their best judgment. See, no. You are asking the team member to make assumption. That stakeholder is giving unclear requirement. Let's make some assumption and then let's implement the requirement. Then what will happen? When you are giving that requirement back to the stakeholder will say that, you know what, this is not what I expected from you. So very bad choice. I'm eliminating option D. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 43 now. In a recent sprint retrospective, the team identifies that they often get sidetracked by unplanned work which affects their sprint goals. The project manager wants to help the team maintain their focus on key accomplishment. What action should the project manager take? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, in a sprint retrospective, my team identifies that they often get sidetracked by some unplanned work, This means they are picking some items in a sprint and some new works are coming and they are taking and doing it. This is affecting the sprint goal. So now the project manager wants to help the team so that they focus on the key accomplishment. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how you will help the team? Let me read the options now. Option A. Limit the team's work in progress to avoid distractions. See, work in progress you will limit to avoid some overloading problem, and also it will avoid that team working on multiple things. But this won't help you to achieve the sprint goal. Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Create a strict rule to avoid any new tasks during the sprint. Okay, you can do that because once the sprint gets started, right, product owner and development team will make a reciprocal commitment, so you can create a rule and you can ensure that new items are getting added inside the sprint, because it should not be get added. So I'm comparing B and A. For me, at least B, it's not a very good choice, but in comparison with A, B is a good choice. So I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Allow team members to decide individually whether to take on unplanned work. This is not a good choice. Any new work gets added into a sprint, it should be a decision of the product owner, not the team. Option C, it's not a good choice for me. I'm eliminating. For me, still B stands best. When I say best, comparing with A and C, even though as I said, B is not a good choice for me. Let me read the last option, D. I have high hopes on D. Encourage the team to collaborate with product owner to evaluate each new task importance. This is an amazing option. Why? Because whenever a new task is coming, you are encouraging the team to collaborate with the product owner. Then team will say, hey, these are the 5 things we are already doing inside the sprint. Now this new thing is coming. Now tell me, out of these 5 things, which I can take out to accommodate this new thing. With that, team and product owner can decide the priority. By doing this, you are giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Option B is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option D. Please be aware, any work needs to be added, new work that needs to be added inside a sprint or removed from a sprint, any past work, it should be the decision of the product owner, not the team. Always collaborate with the product owner.
Okay, now let's do question number 44. In an agile project with both software and hardware teams, the software team completed their task a month ahead of schedule. However, a misalignment in technical specifications between teams led to a critical production failure, delaying the project. What could the agile software team have done to prevent this delay caused by the miscommunication? What I understood from the particular question is, in an agile project, I have software and hardware teams. Software team completed their task ahead of schedule. However, there is a misalignment in technical specification between the teams. There is some integration issues happen between software and hardware, led to a critical production failure. So what was asked in the question, as a software team, as an agile software team, how they could have prevented this misalignment? That's what asked in the question. Kindly be aware, this question is not asking what is the next step. This question is asking how this situation, this integration issue could have prevented. Let me read the options now. Option A, raise an immediate flag to the project sponsor for equipment review. See, this option is completely irrelevant. Nowhere in the question we are talking about any equipments or something like that. Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Focus on fixing their own task, assuming the hardware team would handle theirs. See, now the problem itself is an integration. Now in B, what you're doing is, without worrying about integration, you are focusing on your own task. This is not giving solution to the problem. This is a kind of accepting a problem. Not a good choice for me. Both A and B are equally not good. Let me read option C. Hold regular cross-functional meetings to ensure alignment with the hardware team. Ask yourself, when software team would have made a regular alignment meeting with hardware team in the past, these type of misalignment would have identified earlier the integration issue and they could have prevented this. Option C, when software team does option C, definitely this integration problem would have prevented. Option C is an amazing choice. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Deprioritize the software user stories to avoid interference with hardware requirements. Again, see, I think by looking at the question, this product is a combination of software and hardware. Now, what you're doing, you are deprioritizing the software related user stories. Then how you will release the product? This is not giving solution. Again, option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do question number 45. In an agile project with multiple teams working on different aspects of the product, a critical mistake occurred during integration due to unaligned deliverables. Because of this, the final product did not meet specifications. As a project manager, what is the next step? From the question, what I understood, I'm working in an agile project with multiple teams, and during integration, the integration was not done properly. Because of that, a critical mistake occurred. Because of this critical mistake, the final product did not meet the requirements. So this particular question is similar to the previous question, due to integration issues, some mistakes happened. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, what is the next step? Okay, let me read option A. Focus on completing the respective team's sprint task, assuming the other teams will resolve their issues. See, this is not giving solution. There is an integration issue. Because of that, a critical mistake occurred. So what you're kind of doing by doing option A is, you're asking every team to focus on their respective team task, and you are asking them to make the assumption the other teams will resolve their issues by their own. Are you giving solution to the integration problem? Not at all. Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B.
Create clear communication channels to regularly share progress with the other teams. This is an amazing choice. See, whenever you have a problem with integration, this can be solved by creating a good communication channel between the teams. With that, teams will collaborate often, and then this integration issues will be definitely solved. Option B, it's an amazing choice for me. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Stop the project entirely until all teams' deliverables were aligned. So stopping the project, this is something an extreme step. You should never do it. Definitely option C is not a good choice. It's gone. Still B stands best for me. Let me read the last option, which is D. Introduce a stricter testing procedure on all teams' outputs before integration. See, here integration is the problem. Nowhere in the question it is stated before integration we have a problem with the testing. No. So option D is also eliminated. This question and the earlier question is kind of similar. Whenever you have an integration issue, have a mindset, create a good communication channel. It will solve the integration issue. So for this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 46. In an agile project with several teams, a production error resulted in expensive setbacks due to missed coordination between hardware and software teams. Although the software team identified the error in the past and they solved, what could the agile software team have done to prevent this type of situation? What I understood from this particular question is, I have an agile project with several teams. A production error occurred due to the miscoordination between hardware and software teams. And also in the question, it is clearly mentioned this particular error software team already identified in the past and they claimed they have solved it. This is again repeating. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how you will solve these kind of repetitive problem? Let me look for that option. Let me read option A. Facilitate the effective retrospective meeting and document the lessons learned of retrospective in the information radiator. This is an amazing choice. The reason is, from the question it is clearly mentioned software team has already found the error in the past and they have solved it. Now it's again repeating. So where these kind of discussion software team would have done how to prevent these type of errors in the retrospective meeting. If you ask me, software team at the time of solving this particular defect, they have not conducted an effective retrospective meeting. Because of that, they did not define the proper preventive action. That is the reason this production error is again repeating. Now, when software team would have effectively conducted an retrospective meeting in the past, this error, this repetitive error would have prevented. A, it's an amazing choice for me. Let me read option B. Discuss the issue resolution in the daily stand-up meeting. See, this option B itself is having a process problem. Resolution of the issue will not be discussed in the daily stand-up meeting. B is gone. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Reassign the software related task entirely to another team. This particular option is completely irrelevant. So now what was asked in the question is, this is a repetitive error. How can we prevent this? Now you ask yourself, how by doing option C, software team could have prevented this repetitive error? C is gone for me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Wait until the hardware team was done before proceeding with their task. See, this option is completely irrelevant. This will not prevent this kind of repetitive error. D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, now let's do question number 47. During a sprint, the team encounters a problem. The project management tool they have been relying on is malfunctioning, making communication and coordination difficult. Despite this issue, some team members insist on continuing to use the tool, which is resulting in delays and miscommunication. As a Scrum Master, how would you handle this situation to ensure that the team remains efficient and continues to collaborate effectively? Okay, from this question, what I understood, I'm in a sprint, my team faces a problem. The problem is the project management tool they have been relying for doing communication is having some malfunction. Despite this, some team members are proposing let's use the same tool, which is resulting in delays and miscommunication. What was asked in the question? As a Scrum Master, how will I solve this? Let me read the options now. Option A. allow the team to continue using the tool believing it will be fixed soon. See, for two reasons I'm saying option A is not a good choice. Reason number one, already you know this tool is malfunctioning, and because of that communication is not happening properly. You are allowing the team again to use the same tool. For that reason, this is not a good choice. Second, you are making an assumption. You are believing that it will be fixed soon. How? You have to work on it, right? So considering that option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Suggest switching to a completely new tool without discussing it with the team. See, I'm convinced with the first half of option B. Your tool is not working. You are proposing some new tool, but without discussing with the team, definitely not. Because in Agile, collaboration is very important. So option B, it's also not a good choice. But I'm comparing A and B. At least B looks like a good choice. I'm moving to a new tool. So I'm eliminating option A now. Let me read option C. Recommend passing all work until the tool is fully functional. Again, this is an extreme step. You should never do that. You're pausing work. No. C is also gone. B, at least it's good for me. So let me read the last option, which is D. Encourage the team to rely more on direct communication methods like calls or face-to-face discussions. See, now I'm comparing option B and D. D is also not a good choice for me. This communication tool might be Skype or Teams. By doing option D also, you are saying that, hey, have a call or have a face-to-face communication. I could not able to find from the question that whether we are working in a virtual team or co-located team. I don't have that information. These type of situations you will face in the real PMP exam also. You will be ended up with two choice, and both choice will not be good. But you will be in a situation to pick one better choice out of the two not good choices. Now we are in that situation. Now the choice that I'm going to pick is option D. Why? Because in B, it is mentioning without discussing it with the team. In Agile question, wherever you are not collaborating with the team, that should be the first option you should eliminate. Whereas in D, I'm encouraging the team, I'm facilitating, motivating. These kind of options should get priority. Option B is gone. For this question, my pick would be option D. Okay, now let's do question number 48. The team has spent a significant amount of time creating detailed documentation for the current sprint. As a result, progressing on delivering the actual software has slowed, and there is concern that the sprint goal will not be met. As a Scrum Master, how will you ensure that the team remains focused on delivering working software? What I understood from the particular question is my team is spending a significant amount of time in creating a detailed documentation in a current sprint. Because of that, the creation of the actual software is getting slowed down. And there is a concern right now because that is getting slowing down. The team cannot achieve the sprint goal. What was asked in the question? As a project manager or as a Scrum Master, how will you address this problem? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, allow the team to finish all documentation before continuing with development. This is not a good choice because in Agile we have a value, working software over comprehensive documentation. Your priority should be always creating working software. You have to do the activities that will help you to create working software. In A, what are you doing is you are completely focusing on documentation rather creating that. Not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Advise halting development until all documentation is complete. Again, for the same reason why I said A is not a good choice, B is also not a good choice. You are kind of halting all the development. No, this is an extreme step. You should never take it. Let me read option C. Schedule a meeting with the team and find out the minimal documentation needed to create working software. Amazing choice. I talked about a value, right? Working software over comprehensive documentation. In general, you should do just good enough documentation. When situation demands, you must do comprehensive documentation as well. Considering the statement that I have made, option C, it's an amazing choice. Why? You are scheduling a meeting. With that, you are collaborating with the team. In whichever option you are collaborating, that is a great option. And what are you doing? You are analyzing the minimal documentation that you have to create the working product. This is an amazing choice. That's what I said, right? The agile value. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. Now let me read the last option, which is D. Recommend that the team continue to document as much as possible, even if it means delaying the software delivery. Ask yourself, will you pick this option? You are saying that you do all the detailed documentation, which is not necessary. That's okay, let the software delivery gets delayed. No. D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, let's do question number 49 now. The product owner has been spending a lot of time negotiating contract terms with the client, leaving little time for collaboration about the requirements. As a Scrum Master, you notice that the lack of collaboration with the client is causing misunderstandings about the product requirements and affecting the team's ability to make progress. How would you approach the situation as a project manager? What I understood from this particular question is, my project's product owner is spending a lot of time in negotiating the contract terms and conditions with the client, whereas that person is spending very minimal time in talking about the requirements, collecting the needs of the customer and so on. As a Scrum Master, I see this as the lack of collaboration between the product owner and client to understand the product requirements, and this started affecting the team's ability to make progress. What was asked in the question as a project manager? How will I respond to this? Let me read the options now. Option A, facilitate a meeting with the product owner and the client to focus on collaboration and clarify requirements. This is an amazing choice because product owner is more focused on negotiating contractual terms and conditions like time and cost. That person is not focusing on collecting requirements. Now, what are you doing by doing option A? You are collaborating with product owner and the client, and then you are trying to clarify the requirements. You are trying to collect the requirements. With that, you are addressing the challenge that you have in the question. Option A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Suggest that the team wait until the contract negotiation is complete before engaging with the client. This is not a good choice because we have an agile value, customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Rather putting more time on doing contract negotiation and everything, you should normally collaborate with the customer and get the product requirements. And that's what you're doing in option A. So option B, it's eliminated, not a good choice. Let me read option C now. Encourage the team to continue working without input from the client as the contract should come first. No. Contract should come first, but you should not spend more time on negotiating the contractual terms and conditions. Because in agile project, initially you will have very less clarity, sign the contract and start with the project. When the project is moving forward, you will get more clarity. Option C, considering the statement that I have made, it's not a good choice, it's gone. Because in an agile project, you cannot derive everything upfront. Let's read the last option, which is D. Recommend focus solely on contract negotiation and putting customer collaboration on hold. No, this is a very bad choice. The value itself says, right, customer collaboration over contract negotiation. You cannot put customer collaboration on hold. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, finally we reached question number 50. This means by discussing this question, we almost crossed half of the ocean. When I say ocean, agile, discussing agile 100 questions, I see as an ocean. And thank you so much for staying with me until now. I hope that you guys are having tremendous learning, and I know the rest of the 50 questions that are going to come up. Trust me, you will have amazing learning. So let's complete this 50 and let's achieve the important milestone. Question number 50. The project team has been following a detailed plan that was created at the start of the project. However, after receiving feedback from the customer, it has become clear that some aspects of the plan are no longer relevant and new features need to be added. The team is resistant to changing the original plan as they feel it will disrupt their progress. As a Scrum Master, how would you guide the team to ensure they are adaptable and respond to the changing needs of the customer? From the question, what I understood, my agile project team, initially they made a very detailed plan. However, after getting the feedback from the customer often, it becomes very clear that the plan that they made in the beginning is no longer relevant and they have to add lot of new features. The team is resistant towards these changes and team don't want to do any changes like this. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you handle the situation? Let me read the options now. Option A, insist that the team continues following the original plan regardless of the new feedback. This is a very bad choice because we have an agile value called responding to change over following a plan. Ask yourself, when are you going for an agile project? When the needs are not so clear in the beginning of the project. With the unclear needs, you will make an initial planning, but that plan will change. You have to always respond to change. So by doing option A, you are breaking that agile value. You are still saying that let's all stick to the original plan. That's not the mindset you should have for an agile project. Considering this, option A, it's a very bad choice. Let me read option B now. Advise the team to ignore the new feedback and continue with the original plan for the same reason why I said A is not a good choice, B is also not a good choice, because agile project is about changes. Let me read option C. Help the team reassess the plan and incorporate the feedback to make adjustment for the changing needs. This is an amazing choice because by doing this, you are respecting a value called responding to change over following a plan. You as a Scrum Master or Project Manager, what you're doing, you are helping the team in reassessing the original plan that they made. Original plan means initial plan, and then you are helping the team to incorporate these new feedback. Amazing choice. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. Now let me read the last option, which is D. Encourage abandoning the current plan entirely and start fresh with the new feedback. See, I'm comparing C and D. You don't want to abandon the entire current plan. The only thing is you have to make some changes in the current plan. That's what you're doing in option C. So considering that, D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do Q51. During the sprint review, the team realized that the feature they have been working on for the past 2 weeks still has several bugs and hasn't been fully integrated. Given the importance of delivering working software regularly, what should you do to help the team ensure that they deliver working software frequently and on time in the next sprint? Okay, this particular question has a lot of garbage statement. What was asked in the question? It's very simple. The question is asking, what should you do to help the team to ensure they deliver working software frequently? That's what asked in the question. In order to deliver working software frequently to the market or into the hands of the customer, what you will do? Let me read the options now. Option A, encourage the team to continue working on the feature even if it isn't ready by the sprint's end. Ask yourself, by doing option A, are you making sure that working software is delivered frequently to the customer or to the market? Definitely not. A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Guide the team to break the feature into smaller parts, ensuring a working increment can be delivered on time. This is an amazing choice. What is increment? A small set of features when it get added to a product. After adding those features, when your product become a usable one, that's an increment. Now what you're doing in option B, you are guiding the team to break a bigger feature into smaller features, and then you're creating an increment, and then you're trying to deliver it to the customer or to the market. With that, you are making sure working software is getting delivered frequently to the market or in the hands of the customer. B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Now let's read option C. Suggest postponing the sprint review until the feature is complete. Ask yourself, by doing this, are you launching the working software frequently? Of course not. Still B stands best for me. Option C is eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Advise the product owner to accept an incomplete feature to avoid delays. Very bad choice. When you are accepting an incomplete feature, you have not built the increment. What is increment? Your product should be in a usable condition. How a incomplete feature will be in a usable condition? So definitely D, it's a bad choice. That is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 52. On an agile project, the product owner has received valuable feedback from a major client requesting significant changes to a feature that is nearing completion. The team feels these changes will delay the sprint and are uncertain about accommodating them. As a project manager, what should be your next step? So what I understood from the particular question is, on an agile project, the product owner has received valuable feedback on the product from a major client where the team feels these valuable feedback, which is nothing but the changes will delay the sprint, and then they are not okay to accept these changes. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you handle this situation? Now let me read the options. Option A, instruct the team to ignore the changes as they were already committed to the original plan. This is a very bad choice because these changes are coming from client who's your customer. You should not ignore these changes because agile project is like responding to change over following a plan, right? When customer is giving any feedback at any point in time, you have to always consider the competitive advantage for the customer. Option A, not a good choice. Let me read option B. Facilitate a discussion with the product owner and the team to understand the changes and adapt the plan accordingly. This is an amazing choice. Now you are working in a sprint. Client is asking you to accommodate some of the changes. Now who should make the decision? Product owner. You are a facilitator. What you're doing? You are facilitating a discussion between product owner and the team, and then you are understanding the importance of these changes, and also you are analyzing what will be the impact on the original plan. This is an amazing choice. By doing option B, you are responding to changes. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Suggest cancelling the sprint to make room for the new requirements. This is something, it's an extreme step. Just because clients ask a feedback to be accommodated in a sprint, you don't want to cancel a sprint. So option C is automatically gone. Rather, I will facilitate a discussion between product owner and team to accommodate the changes. Let me read the last option, which is D. Recommend keeping the changes for the next sprint even if it delays the current one. See, this particular decision, you should not take it. When client brings some changes, product owner should take it, when these changes needs to be implemented. And also, yeah, you cannot recommend anything. You can recommend, but to the product owner, at the end, it's a product owner call. But I'm not happy with the second half of this option D. Even if it delays the current one, no. It's a kind of accepting the problem. Option D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. Now let's do question number 53. The team has developed several new features, but they have yet to integrate them or release them to the customer in a release cycle. As a Scrum Master, how would you encourage the team to improve their workflow to deliver valuable working software more frequently? Again, this particular question has a lot of garbage statement. What was asked in the question? It's very simple. As a Scrum Master, how will you encourage to deliver working software more frequently to the market or to the hands of the customer? This question you guys have already practiced. Similar question 3-4 questions before. I expect you guys should pick the right answer. Yeah. Let me read the options now. Option A, wait until the end of the sprint to integrate all features at once. Ask yourself, by doing option A, are you delivering the working software more frequently to the market? No, you are waiting until the end. A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B, suggest skipping integration to avoid additional work during the sprint. See, option B is completely irrelevant. By just skipping integration, how you are making sure that working software is delivered frequently to the market? Definitely not. Let me read option C. Focus only on completing features and postpone integration. Again, whenever you are reading an option, ask yourself whether this option is giving solution to the problem what we have in the question. The problem what we have, or what we have to do, what question asked me to do, I want to launch the working software frequently. By doing option C, which is focusing only on completing features and postponing integration, am I delivering working software frequently? No. Option C, it's also not a good choice. Let me read option D. I have very high hopes on option D. Encourage the team to integrate completed features continuously and release them incrementally. This is an amazing choice. By releasing them incrementally, I'm launching the working software more often to the market by doing continuous integration. By doing option D, I'm giving solution. So for this question, my pick would be option D. Obviously, A, B, and C are gone. Okay, now let's do question number 54. During a daily Scrum meeting, one of your team members raised a concern that the product owner is unavailable next week due to other business priorities. This lack of availability will start affecting the team's ability to clarify requirements, which will impact their productivity. As Scrum Master, how would you ensure continuous collaboration between the business and development teams to prevent delays? Okay. What I understood from the particular question is, during a daily Scrum meeting, one of my team members raised a concern saying that product owner will be unavailable next week due to other business priorities. And that person also stating this lack of availability will start affecting the team's ability to clarify the requirements because product owner is not there. And also they are saying that this will impact the productivity. What was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, encourage the team to work independently and do a later review with the product owner. See, this is not a good choice. Let's say product owner is not available next week. So without consulting with product owner, team has implemented some of the requirements and product owner will be back after a week, right? Consider team is doing a review with the product owner. At that point in time, PO can say that, hey, this requirement, why you have implemented? This is something I did not ask for. So the effort that team has made is a waste, right? So option A, it's not a good choice based on the reasoning I have provided. Let me read option B. Facilitate frequent communication between the product owner and the team, even if it requires additional time. This is an amazing choice. Now product owner will not be available only by next week. So what you're doing as a Scrum Master, this week itself, you are initiating discussion between product owner and development team, and you are collecting necessary information that the development team wants to do the implementation next week. Even though if it takes additional time, you are agreeing to it. This particular option is giving solution to the problem what I have in the question. Considering option B, I am eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Recommend that the team wait until the product owner is available before making any decision. When you're doing option C, next week, when product owner is not available, you are creating idle time for your team. Not a good choice. C is eliminated. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Suggest that the team work without involving the product owner and focus only on the current task. No, without involving product owner doing something, it's not a good idea. And you're saying focus only on the current task, then in next week what team will do without product owner? So option D is also not a good choice. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 55. The development team is demotivated, which is affecting their productivity and engagement with the project. The lack of clarity around the project's purpose and the absence of opportunities for team members to take ownership has contributed to this issue. As a Scrum Master, how would you encourage the team to take ownership of the project and stay motivated? What I understood from this particular question is, my development team is demotivated, which is affecting their productivity and engagement with the project. The root cause why development team members are demotivated is they have a lack of clarity around the project purpose. This means they don't know about the project very well, and because of that they are not taking ownership. What was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, instruct the team to continue working without addressing the morale issues. This is a very bad choice. With that, you are accepting a problem. Here, team members are demotivated. You are a servant leader. As a Scrum Master or project manager, It's your job to motivate the team. Otherwise, productivity will even more go bad. A, it's not a good choice at all. Let me read option B. Tell the team to focus on the tasks and stop discussing the bigger picture. No, team is not knowing the bigger picture. Only because of that they are demotivated. Now what you are saying is, hey, you focus on the task. Why you are thinking about the bigger picture? No. Agile project, it's about collaboration. Team, you have to be very transparent. Option B, it's definitely not a good choice. Let me read option C. Work with the product owner to ensure a clear, compelling vision is communicated and involve the team in decision making. Amazing choice, because from the question it is very clear, team is demotivated because they don't know the project's purpose. What is the project is about? What is project vision and so on. What you are doing in option C, you are collaborating with the product owner and then you are ensuring a clear and compelling vision of the project is communicated to the team and you are involving the team in decision making so that they will take ownership. By doing option C, I am addressing the cause of the problem. What is the cause? Team don't know the project purpose. I am sharing the project purpose. Considering option C, option A and B, it's eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign tasks based on skill set alone without engaging the team in discussions. This option is completely irrelevant. This doesn't have anything to do with the question what I have. So option D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do question number 56. The team has been pushing hard to meet deadlines, but as a result, they are working long hours and showing signs of burnout. This is impacting their overall performance. As a Scrum Master, what steps would you take to address this? What I understood from the question is, my team is pushing hard to meet the deadlines, and because of this, they are working for long hours and they started getting burnout. And this is impacting the overall performance of my team as well. What was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, work with the team to adjust the pace to be more sustainable and ensure they have adequate time for rest. See, there is an agile principle called agile team should promote more sustainable development. This means a principle itself, it says you should not overload people. They have to work in a constant pace. By doing option A, what you're doing, you're working with the team and then you are setting up the pace of the team. This means how much they can pick in a sprint. You are setting up with, you're making sure that team members are not being overloaded and they are getting some time for rest. With this, you are addressing the problem of working long hours. Option A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Encourage the team to continue working at the same pace to meet the deadlines. No. From the question, it is very clear they started burning out and this started impacting their overall performance. When you're again encouraging the team to work at the same pace, two things will happen. Team will give up, quality problem will come. A is a better choice for me. B, it's gone. Let me read option C. Suggest that the team increase their pace to compensate for missed deadlines. See, already team members' pace is something more. They are getting exhausted. By doing option C, you are again increasing the pace. Definitely not. C is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Allow the team to continue at a high pace until they reach burnout, then reset the schedule. No. See, you can overload your team for some time in order to achieve the important milestone. But option D is something you should not do it. Okay, let me increase the pace or let me continue at the same pace. Once they are burning out, let me change the schedule. No, this is something it's very bad. Option D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, now let's do question number 57. You are working as a project manager of an agile project. The team has been focusing on delivering features quickly but has started to accumulate technical debt due to neglecting the quality of the code. This is affecting long-term maintainability. How would you handle this issue and guide the team to prioritize technical excellence without sacrificing delivery speed? This type of questions we have already practiced earlier. And technical debt is more of the software term, but I have shared you some keywords. What keywords I have shared? When you have a technical debt, pick an option with that you are doing refactoring. I hope you guys have understood those keywords or remember these keywords. I believe you guys have picked the right answer for this question. Yeah, cool. So what was asked in the question is very simple. In my project, I have a lot of technical debt. How I will solve it? Yeah, I'm going to pick the option which has refactoring. Let me read the options. Option A, tell the team to focus only on delivering features and postpone addressing technical debt. Never, because from the question it is very clear that technical debt keep on accumulating and this started affecting the maintainability of the code. You cannot postpone the problem. Forget about the technical debt. This is the general mindset you should have for approaching PMP questions. When you have any problem, address it. Please don't postpone. Option A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Encourage the team to allocate time for technical improvements and refactoring regularly while maintaining delivery speed. Amazing choice. As I said, technical debt can be solved by doing refactoring, and that's what you as a Scrum Master is encouraging by doing option B. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Suggest ignoring technical debt entirely until the end of the project. No, this is something accepting a problem. Never do that. C is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Advise the team to stop working on new features until all technical debt is resolved. See, clearing a technical debt, it's important. And similarly, delivering features to the client is also important. In order to clear the technical debt, you should not ask the team to stop working on the features. With that, you are taking extreme step. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 58. The team is working on a complex feature that has grown beyond the initial scope. As the sprint progresses, they realize that they are adding unnecessary functionality that may not be needed by the client. How would you help the team simplify their approach and focus on delivering only the most important work? What I understood from the particular question is my team is working on a complex feature that has grown beyond the initial scope. As the sprint progresses, my team realized they are adding unnecessary functionality on the product which client might not be interested in. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, as a Scrum Master, how will you make sure that the team is avoiding these kind of issues? How will you make sure that the team is focusing only on the most important work? Let me read the options now. Option A, allow the team to continue adding features until they feel the work is completed. Ask yourself, by doing option A, are you really focusing your team to deliver only on the most important work? That's what asked in the question, right? Definitely not. A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Tell the team to complete every feature even if it leads to complexity and delays. See, this option, it's also completely irrelevant. The same question you ask, whether by doing option B, are you really focusing, making your team focusing on delivering the most important work? No. Let me read option C. Encourage the team to focus on completing all tasks even if some of them aren't essential. This is a very bad choice. In Agile project, team should work only on the most important features or the features that the client needs. What you're doing by doing option C, you're encouraging the team to complete all the tasks even though when the client is not asking for. What you're creating, it's a waste. So option C is a very bad choice. Let me read the last option, which is D. I have high hopes on D. Work with the team and product owner to identify and remove unnecessary features, ensuring they focus only on essential work. This is an amazing choice. Why? Because from the question, it is very clear team members are adding unnecessary features. You are working with the product owner, who is a representative of the customer and the team. And so that, from the team, you can identify what are the features they think which is unnecessary. You can say that to product owner, then product owner makes a call whether to remove that feature or not. That's what you're doing in option D. D is an amazing choice. By considering option D, I'm eliminating A, B and C. Okay, now let's do question number 59. The team has been relying heavily on the Scrum Master for decision making and direction, and they have not been taking initiative or ownership of the work in an agile project. This delays the project delivery. As a Scrum Master, how would you handle the situation? So, what I understood from this particular question is my team is heavily relying on me. When I say me, consider myself as a Scrum Master for decision making and direction. Whatever decision they want to take, they are coming to me and they are asking me to take the decision. They are not taking initiative or ownership. So this delays the project delivery as well. So what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I make my team to take ownership and initiative? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, continue directing the team on what to do as they are not yet capable of self-organizing. Never do that. Because as we already discussed in the previous questions, development team are self-organizing. They are the one who decide what to do and everything. You should actually encourage and motivate the team to take ownership and initiative. By doing option A, you're not doing that. So A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Encourage the team to make decisions collaboratively, offering guidance only when necessary. Amazing choice. So what you're doing, you're telling the team, hey, you know what? You take your own decision. You make your own initiative. Wherever you are getting stuck, you reach out to me. I will help you. With that, you are being servant leader. You're coaching the team. Along with that, you are helping the team or making the team to get self-organized. Amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Take over decision making completely as the team is not ready to self-organize. Even though if the team is not ready to self-organize, you have to encourage the team to be self-organized and you should offer your support. By doing option C, you're not doing that. You are taking over the decision making authority completely on you. C is gone. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Talk to product owner and team to discuss the delays of the project and propose solution. See, here this delays the project delivery. I agree. That's what mentioned in the question. But what is the root cause? Root cause is team is not taking initiative. You should address that cause. Because of that, only project delay is happening. By doing option D, you're not addressing the ownership part and initiative part. Whereas in option B, I'm doing that. So D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Keep one thing in mind. Any problem you have, find the root cause, come up with the solution. With that, you are addressing the cause. Okay, now let's do question number 60. During a retrospective meeting, you notice that the team has not been holding it effectively. And as a result, they continue to repeat the same mistakes. As Scrum Master, how would you guide the team to improve their process? So what I understood and what was asked in the question is very simple. During a retrospective meeting, I noticed my team is not holding the meeting effectively. And because of that, they are repeating the same mistakes. So what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I address that? Let me read the options now. Option A, ignore the lack of retrospectives and hope that the things improve naturally. No. When you're ignoring, you're shying away from your responsibilities. You are a process owner. You are an agile coach. If team is not handling the retrospective properly, it's your job to coach the team on how to handle the retrospective properly. A, it's a very bad choice. Let me read option B. Facilitate better retrospectives by focusing on identifying root cause and making actionable adjustment. This is an amazing choice. As I said, you are a facilitator. You are an agile coach. By doing option B, you are facilitating the retrospective meeting and you're helping the team to find the root cause of the problem and you are helping them to create an actionable adjustment. With that, you are coaching the team to conduct an effective retrospective. And from the question, what is mentioned? Team is repeating the same mistakes, right? Because they are not conducting retrospective properly. So what you're doing in option B, you're coming up with an actionable adjustment so that it will avoid team repeating the same mistakes. B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Postpone retrospectives until the end of the project. No, not a good choice at all. Team is not conducting effective retrospective. Because of that, will you postpone the retrospective? You will make the team to conduct effective retrospective, right? C is gone. It's eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Encourage the team to hold fewer retrospectives to save time. No, this is also not a good choice. D is also gone. For the same reason what I said for option C, when team is not conducting a good retrospective, it's your job to coach the team. You cannot ask the team to conduct few retrospective. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 61 now. On an agile project, the team is resistant to changes in the tools and processes, even though these changes could improve productivity and quality. As project manager, how would you handle the situation? What was asked in the question is very simple. I'm working on an agile project. My team members are resistant in changing the tools and processes, even though this change will improve the quality and productivity. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will I handle this? Let me read the options now. Option A, tell the team to continue using the old tools and processes without making any changes. Ask yourself, you know, when team is changing these tools and processes, it will improve the productivity. You know that very well. What are you doing in option A? You are telling the team to continue with the old tools and processes. With that, you are stopping the increase of productivity and quality. A, it's a very bad choice. Let me read option B. Focus on maintaining the status quo to avoid any disruption. So what you're saying is, okay, these tools and processes just increase the quality and productivity. This doesn't mean like right now my quality and productivity is very bad. My current tools and processes also is giving me a good productivity and quality. That's called status quo. That mindset is called status quo. Okay, the current one that I'm following, I'm happy. So what you're doing in option B, because the current one is yielding a good quality and productivity, let me not look for some improvements. Is that a good choice? That's what you're doing in option B. This is also not a good choice. Let me read option C. Motivate the team to use the tools and processes for some time period and then help the team to evaluate the quality and productivity gets improved. This is an amazing choice. Team is resistant to the changes. What you are doing as a Scrum Master, you are motivating the team to use the change in the tools and processes, and then you are asking the team to observe, whether the productivity and quality is getting improved or not. With that, team will definitely listen to you. Okay, let's use it for some time and let's check the results. By doing option C, you are helping the team. Your mindset is, I want to have improvements in my project. This is a good project manager mindset. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Enforce guidelines for using the tools and process. You cannot enforce anything on the team in Agile project. The process and tools that team wants to use, they decide. You should not enforce because team members are self-organizing. This is a very important mindset you as a project manager should have while you're doing a project in Agile, at least especially for the PMP exam. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C.
Okay, now let's do question number 62. A project using Agile methodology is in its second sprint. During the daily stand-up meeting, the team identifies that they won't be able to complete all the planned tasks for the sprint. The team decides to develop a contingency plan. What is the project manager's next step? What I understood from this particular question is, in an Agile project, my team is working in the second sprint. In the daily stand-up meeting, my team identified that they can't able to complete all the planned tasks that is in the sprint. They can't able to complete all the tasks of the sprint. And my team has developed a contingency plan also, which will help to address this particular problem. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, what should I do? Let me read the options now. Option A, consult with the product owner about the contingency plan. This is an amazing choice. See, whenever in the question, when you're clearly seeing that you cannot achieve the sprint goal or you cannot complete the planned task, or if you want to do some additional work, for example, for doing contingency plan, you have to do some additional work, right? The best practice is always consult with the product owner, because PO is the representative of the customer. That person might be expecting some output from the sprint, right? So that is impacting. So option A, it's an amazing choice. Let me read option B.
Inform the stakeholders about the contingency plan. So this is something PO will take care of. My job is to just communicate this with PO. So option B is eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Review the contingency plan with the project sponsor. For the same reason why I eliminated option B, I am eliminating C also. My job is to just to talk to product owner. Let me read the last option. Implement the contingency plan right away. This is a very bad choice. As I already said, for doing a contingency plan, you have to do some extra work which was not planned. Any extra work that you have to do, always align with PO and then do it. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, now let's do question number 63. A team lead receives a request via email from the product owner seeking a more accurate estimation of the requirements in order to improve the business value estimates in the product backlog. The team is currently overwhelmed with tight deadlines. How should the team lead respond to this request? What I understood from this particular question, I am working as a team lead and I receive an email from product owner. Product owner is expecting more accurate estimation of the requirements. Why that person is expecting that? In order to improve the business value of the product backlog. And one more statement is mentioned, my team is currently overwhelmed with tight deadlines. And what was asked in the question? As a team lead, how will I address this product owner's request? So let me read the options now. Option A, explain that the team is already under heavy pressure and cannot address this request at the moment. C, this is not a good choice. The reason why I am saying this is not a good choice is, read the question carefully. Product owner is asking for more accurate estimation because product owner wants to improve the business value. There is a good reason, right? Increasing business value. So we should not say no to that. Option A, it's not a good choice from the project or from the value perspective. Let me read option B now. Suggest that the product owner provides clearer and more detailed user stories to help the team better estimate those user stories. This is an amazing choice. Now, PO is expecting a detailed estimation, a good estimation for the requirements. If team wants to do a good estimation, as a first step, PO has to provide a user stories, a smaller requirements. Only then team can better estimate the user stories. By doing option B, I am trying to satisfy the product owner request. Considering option B, I am eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Mention that using flexible estimating units will help the team accelerate the delivery of business value. You can do option C, but before you start doing a flexible estimating units, first step, product owner has to give the smaller requirements, which is user stories. Then after that, you can do option C. In the PMP exam, you should always pick the option that you will do first. First, I will do option B, then C. So C is gone. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Advise the team to update the burn down chart regularly so the product owner can track the progress of the completed work. Nowhere in the question we are talking about tracking progress. So this option is completely irrelevant. D is also eliminated. So for this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's move on to question number 64. During a sprint, the Scrum team uses a burn down chart to track remaining work. At the daily stand-up, the team notices that the chart shows an increase in remaining work rather than a decrease. What should the Scrum Master do next? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, I have an Agile team and they are using burn down chart. What is clearly mentioned in that particular question is, this burn down chart shows increase in the remaining work rather than decrease. This means remaining work is increasing more. This means we have a problem. Yeah. So what we have to do when we have a problem, pick an option with that you are giving solution to the problem. Let's look for those options. Option A, suggest the team review the scope and remove unnecessary tasks. Okay. So we can do option A. We can ask the team to remove unnecessary tasks. But how do you know that we have some unnecessary tasks? Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Discuss with the product owner on any additional scope added to the sprint. This is an amazing choice. Why? See, in burn down chart, what's happening, what it is mentioned in this question, suddenly the remaining work got increased. There is a high chance product owner got added some scope inside the sprint. Because of that, what will happen? There will be an increase in the remaining work. This can be the possible root cause for this increase. So definitely I can do option B. I'm comparing B and A. For me, B looks like a better choice. I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Advise the team to modify the chart to show completed work instead of remaining work. See, this option is completely irrelevant. By doing option C, you're jumping to burn up chart. You're showing the completed work which burn up chart will show rather than burn down chart. This is not giving solution. So C is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ask the product owner to reassess the sprint goal and adjust the scope if needed. See, I can do option D, but as a first step, I should do option B because increase in remaining work will happen one and only if scope addition is happening inside the sprint. So first I will do option B. Later I can ask the product owner to reassess the sprint goal if there is a really an increase in the scope. So D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's move on to question number 65. The project team is using a burn-up chart to track progress over several sprints. The chart shows a noticeable increase in total scope of work, raising concerns about project control. The customer is confused and wants to know the likely cause of this. As a project manager, how will you respond? Okay. What I understood from this particular question is my project is using burn-up chart to track my overall project, and what I noticed in that burn-up chart is there is an increase in the scope line which is in the burn-up chart. Scope line will be the top line in the burn-up chart. My customer is seeing the scope line increase and then they want to know the likely cause of the scope increase. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you respond to the customer? Let me read the options. Option A, inform the customer that the team has completed more work than planned. No, here there is an increase in the scope line. If you have to explain to the customer, PO or customer added more scope. Only because of that scope line increase is happening. So option A, it's definitely not a good choice. Let me read option B. Explain the customer that the product owner has added new requirements to the backlog. This is an amazing choice. Only the new requirements got added in the product backlog, you will see an increase in the scope line, and you should explain option B to the customer. So A is eliminated. Let me read option C now. Ask the team to update the burn-up chart accurately. See, just because there is an increase in the scope line, it doesn't mean that team has not updated the burn-up chart regularly. C is also eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. The team is behind schedule, causing the scope to appear larger. No, scope line increase will happen only if we add new requirements. When the team is behind schedule, you won't be having an increase in scope line. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 66. During the end of the sprint, the team is analyzing the burn-up chart, which shows a consistent increase in the amount of work completed over the sprint. However, the chart's progress line seems to be flattened towards the end of the sprint, suggesting that work is slowing down. What should the Scrum Master do to help evaluate the progress and ensure the sprint goal is met? So what I understood from this particular question is, during the end of the sprint, my team is analyzing the burn-up chart. And during the analysis, the team found out there is always a consistent increase in the amount of work completed over the sprint. This means team is doing good. However, what happened at the end of the sprint, team progress got flattened. This means they could not able to complete more work. Work is slowing down at the end of the sprint. So what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I address this? This means I have a problem. Let me pick an answer that gives solution to this particular problem. Let me read option A. Advise the team to identify any bottlenecks or issues that might be slowing progress and encourage them to address. This is an amazing choice because from the question, it is very clear. During the end of the sprint, the line is getting flattened. This means team is not doing a progress. Now by doing option A, what you're doing, you are encouraging and helping the team to find some issues which is causing this flat line, and then you are also encouraging to address this particular issue. Amazing choice. Let me read option B. Suggest that the team switch to a burn down chart to get a clearer picture of work remaining. It is not needed. Already from burn up chart itself, we got a clearer picture, because at the end of the sprint, my team work or my team progress is not so great. Option B, it's not necessary. For me, still A stands best. Option B is eliminated. Let me read option C now. Recommend that the product owner re-evaluate the sprint goal to ensure it is realistic given the team's progress. No, you should not do that. Sprint goal is already defined. I think because of some issues, this line is getting flattened. So the right step should be you have to address the issue and then you have to meet the sprint goal. You should not change the sprint goal. When you're doing option C, you are shying away from your project responsibilities. Please don't do that. C is eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ask the team to add more tasks to the sprint backlog to increase visibility of their progress. See, already they could not able to complete the task which is already picked. On the top of that, when you're doing option D, you're creating more chaos. So let's not do that. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, A is an amazing choice and my pick would be option A. Okay, let's move on to question number 67. The burn-up chart for the overall project shows steady progress in the initial phases. But as the project continues, the progress line begins to level off. This suggests that the project might be facing delays or challenges. What should the project manager do to evaluate and address the situation? Okay, this question is similar to the previous question. Previous question was talking about sprint. This particular question is talking about the overall project. So what I understood from this particular question is the burn-up chart shows that my overall project initially it has a steady progress, and after that what happened, the burn-up chart lines start coming down. This means I'm not completing more work as I did earlier. And also it is clearly mentioned in the question, my burn-up chart is suggesting my project might be facing delays or challenges because of the drop in the burn-up chart line. What was asked in the question? As a project manager, how will I address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, recommend a change in project scope to accelerate progress and catch up on timelines. Okay, you can do it because it is very clear that you may face delay or challenges. You can recommend a change in the scope and then you can accelerate it. Not a good choice, by the way, but let me read option B. Discuss with the product owner to review the project's overall goals and work with the team to identify any obstacles that are hindering progress, then take corrective actions. Guys, this is an amazing choice. Your overall project is in trouble now because your project might be facing delay. Who is the owner of the project or product? It's product owner. Who is the representative of the customer? By doing option B, you are transparently presenting this problem, this risk to the product owner, and then you're collaborating with the team, and then you're trying to identify what is the issue causing this particular delay, and then you're coming up with corrective action. By doing option B, you're giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Suggest switching to a burn down chart to get a better sense of remaining work and project phase. See, it is not necessary. From burn up chart itself, I clearly got what is the project phase. So I don't want to switch to burn down chart right now. C is gone for me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Advise the project sponsor to allocate additional resources to the project in order to speed up progress. See, this is something you should not do it. You should do option B, and then you work with the team and together come up with a corrective action. That corrective action can be option D. But any problems comes as a first step, you have to collaborate with the team rather taking the decision alone. That is the mindset you should have for this PMP exam. Option D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 68. During a daily scrum, you observe that the burn down chart for a sprint shows that the actual work completed curve is below the planned curve. As a project manager, how would you describe the project status to stakeholders? Okay, now please take your notebook. On your notebook, please write down the keyword for burn down chart. The keyword for burn down chart is remaining. By keeping this keyword in mind, let's try to address this question. So, this is my left hand, right? Consider my left hand as a planned curve. So, this is my right hand. Consider my right hand as an actual curve. Burn down charts flows like this. So, now what was mentioned in the question? My project's burn down chart shows the actual work completed is below the planned curve. So, this is planned, this is actual. Where is my actual? It's below the planned curve. What is the keyword I set for burn down chart? Remaining. This means I have less remaining or more remaining. This is planned, this is actual. This is below the plan. So I have less remaining. When it is here, more remaining. When it is here, less remaining than planned. If I have less remaining than planned, my project or my sprint is ahead of the schedule. I have only less remaining work. So for this question, my pick would be option A, which is ahead of schedule. Now let's do question number 69. While reviewing the burn-up chart for the overall project, the team notices that the total work completed line is above the planned progress line. What does this indicate about the project? Okay, so now burn-up chart goes like this. Again, the same logic which we did in the previous question. Take my left hand, this hand as a planned curve, and this hand as the actual curve. Okay, this right hand as the actual curve. So what it is mentioned in this particular question, the total work completed line, this means actual, is above the planned progress line. This is planned progress line. My actual is above the planned progress line. Now, write down the keyword for burn up chart. The keyword for burn up chart is completed. Now, what it is shown as per the question, my actual line is above the planned line. This means my project is ahead of the schedule. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do question number 70. During a sprint, the burn down chart shows that the actual work completed curve is above the planned curve. How would you evaluate the project's current status? Okay, so whenever we are talking about burn down chart, you should keep your hand like this. Burn up, you should keep your hand like this. Okay, now with the same logic which we applied in the previous two questions, let's approach this particular question as well. What it is mentioned in this particular question, the actual work completed. Actual work completed, it's my right hand. This is the actual work completed, is above the planned curve. So my left hand is planned curve. It is here. My actual is above the planned curve. What is the keyword I set for burn down? Remaining. This means actually I have more work remaining comparing to plan. This means my project or my sprint is behind schedule. So for this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 71. While reviewing the burn-up chart for the overall project, the team notices that the total work completed line is below the planned progress line. What does this indicate about the project? Okay, let's go with the same logic that we applied in the previous question. So here we are talking about burn-up chart. So always keep your hand up. It's burn up. Yeah. So as we always did, my left hand is nothing but the planned line. My right hand is nothing but the actual line. What it is mentioned in the question, the total work completed line is below the planned progress line. This means this is planned line. My work completed is below, like this. Planned, completed, actuals. Yeah. So now what is the keyword I set for burn up chart? Burn up chart keyword is completed. Just because my actual line is staying below the planned line, this means I completed less work. My project is behind schedule. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 72. Sarah has planned her project with 4 iterations. Each iteration is of 3 weeks. The team picks up the most important features and deliver it to customer after each iteration. What life cycle is Sarah and her team using? Okay, from the question what I understood, Sarah is following iterations. Means if you are using Scrum, you can substitute the word iteration with sprints, and each iteration duration is 3 weeks. After every 3 weeks, Sarah is producing an increment and they are delivering it to the customer. What was asked in the question? What life cycle Sarah is using? Sarah and his team is using. Let me read the options. Option A, predictive life cycle. Definitely it is not. Predictive is a linear phased life cycle. We will do planning first, then execution. Here we are doing iterations, so predictive is obviously gone. Let me read option B. Option B, iterative life cycle. Iterative life cycle, we will aim for perfection and then we will make a single delivery. If you carefully read the question, after every iteration, we are delivering the product to the customer. So it's not a single delivery. So iterative is also gone. Let me read option C, incremental life cycle. What is incremental life cycle? Faster to the market. If you carefully read the question, after every iteration, Sarah and the team is delivering the product to the customer, right? We are faster to the market. Sarah and her team is faster to the market. Incremental also looks like a good choice. Now let me read option D, which is agile life cycle. Agile life cycle also is iterative plus incremental, right? In agile also we do faster delivery. Now I'm confused between incremental and agile. Now I'm going to share a keyword that will help you to select the right option when you get stuck between incremental and agile. Write down the keyword for incremental. Incremental is faster to the market. That's a keyword. For agile, 2 keywords I'm going to share. One keyword is faster to the market. Second keyword is you will be seeing along with faster to the market the word sprint or iteration. When you are seeing along with faster to the market the word sprint or iteration, always go for agile. Now carefully read the question. I am seeing the keyword faster to the market because after every iteration I am delivering the product to the customer. Along with that I am seeing a word called iteration. So for this question my pick would be option D, which is agile life cycle, because in incremental you don't do iterations or sprints. Okay, let's do question number 73 now. A project involves creating a new software application with well-defined requirements and a clear fixed scope. The project is expected having minimal change in the scope throughout the project. Which project lifecycle would be most appropriate for this project? Okay, from the question, what I understood, my requirements are very clear and very well defined. I have a fixed scope and I expect minimal changes. When your scope is fixed and when you expect very minimal changes, always go for predictive life cycle. Here, I don't want to eliminate any option. For this question, my pick would be option A. You may be asking me, Gautham, you said this is an 100 Agile test question series. This question should only talk about Agile projects. Why you have brought predictive topic into the picture? The reason is I want to teach you when you should not select Agile life cycle. Yeah, when the requirements are very clear, always go for predictive, don't pick agile. Okay, let me read question number 74. A project team is developing a product where the requirements are unclear and the client wants to release the product quickly to the market. They also want the flexibility to make frequent changes based on feedback as the project progresses with regular releases of new features. Which project lifecycle would be most appropriate? From the question, what I understood is my client wants to develop a product and their intention is they want to launch the product quickly to the market, fastness, and the requirements are also unclear. So what is the keyword I said for fastness? Whenever you are aiming for fastness, you should either go for incremental or agile. Let me read the 4 options I have. Predictive lifecycle, no. Iterative, as we already discussed, it's one single delivery. Fastness cannot be applied. Let me read option C, hybrid lifecycle. When you have to go for hybrid lifecycle is for the same project when some requirements are fixed, that you will do in predictive. Some are changing, you will do in adaptive. It can be iterative, incremental or agile. Nowhere in the question it is mentioned that part of the requirements are fixed, part of the requirements will be changing. Hybrid is also not a good choice. And I have Agile. Agile is iterative plus incremental, faster to the market. So from the question, it is very clear. Customer wants to release the product quickly to the market. For this question, my pick would be option D. Okay, now let's do question number 75. By completing this question, you will be achieving another important milestone in our 100 test question series, which is 75% of the question that you guys are going to complete. Let's move on, guys. A project team is developing a software platform with well-defined core features, but the client also wants to add new functionalities based on market trends and feedback. The team plans to use a structured approach for core features and agile for the evolving functionalities. Which project lifecycle would be most appropriate? See, this particular question has a lot of garbage statement. What is mentioned in the question? It's very simple. The team plans to use a structured approach for core features. For those features, the requirements are fixed. So structured approach is nothing but predictive. I do a plan and then I'll follow the plan. So this means for the core features, I'm going to do predictive approach. And for the same project, for the same product, there will be some new functionality added based on market trends and feedback. And we have already decided to adapt these new functionalities in Agile. This means predictive, Agile in the same project, which is nothing but hybrid lifecycle. For this question, my pick would be option D, which is hybrid lifecycle. Okay, you guys have completed 75 questions. Amazing job. The next 25 questions are very important. The reason is here we are going to talk about in the next set of 25 how you have to help when your organization is changing to agile way of working. Some important discussions we are going to have. So please pay 200% attention moving forward. Let's do question number 76 now. During an agile project, the team notices that the stakeholders are not providing timely feedback on product increments, which is affecting the project's progress. As a Scrum Master, what should you do to improve stakeholder engagement? So what I understood from this particular question is, I'm working in an agile project and I noticed my stakeholders are not providing the timely feedback on the increment my team is creating. So what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I address this particular problem? Let me read the options now. Option A, schedule frequent one-on-one meetings with each stakeholder to gather feedback. Ask yourself, consider you have 100 stakeholders. Do you think like with each stakeholder you schedule one-on-one meeting and then will you gather feedback on the product increment? No, it's not practically possible. Option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Review the project charter to identify which stakeholders need more involvement. Ask yourself why you want to do option B. This means only the stakeholders who needs more involvement will you get the feedback. With the rest of the stakeholders, you won't get the feedback. Option B, it's also not giving solution to the problem that I have in the question. Let me read option C. Ensure that the stakeholders are invited to every sprint review and encourage active participation. This is an amazing choice. Ask yourself, what is the purpose of conducting sprint review? So you will show the demo of the increment that your team has created to product owner and the stakeholders, and then you will get feedback. Now, when you are encouraging all the stakeholders to attend the sprint review, they can see the increment and all stakeholders can give feedback. By doing option C, you are addressing the problem what you have in the question. Considering option C, I'm eliminating option A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Encourage the team to continue without waiting for stakeholders' feedback. No, this is not a good choice. You are building a product to provide value to the stakeholders. Now what you're doing, that's okay, stakeholders not give the feedback, let's continue. No, option D is eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do question number 77. During a steering meeting, the sponsor of the project is not happy with the previous release because of a lot of end user negative reviews. In a sprint retrospective, you identify the product owner has difficulty communicating project priorities effectively with the development team was the major root cause of end user negative reviews. As a project manager, how will you address this? So what I understood from this particular question is during a steering meeting, my project sponsor is not happy with the previous release because in the previous release we started getting lot of negative feedback from the end users of the product. So now what I did, I discussed this topic in the sprint retrospective, and what was the root cause I identified for this particular problem is product owner could not able to communicate the priorities properly to the team. I think because of that, team has implemented some non-priority features, and that's why they are getting the negative reviews. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will I address this? Okay, let me read the options now. Hold a backlog refinement meeting to ensure the development team understands the priorities. Amazing choice. What is the problem here? End users negative feedback. What is the root cause here? Product owner could not able to communicate the priorities properly. What you're doing by doing option A, you are addressing the cause. This means you are holding a backlog refinement session. In that, you will make product owner is properly communicating the priorities to the team. This solves the problem. A is an amazing choice. It is addressing the root cause. Let me read option B as well. Ask the development team to handle communication directly with stakeholders. No, that's not the job of the development team. PO has to discuss with the stakeholders, and PO has to understand the priority, and PO has to communicate the priority to development team. Option B is gone for me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Schedule more meetings with the project sponsor to clarify priorities. Again, clarifying priorities is the job of the product owner. Product owner discuss with stakeholders, including sponsor, understand what is more important. Then PO should communicate to the development team. You or your team don't want to do option C. C is also eliminated. For me, A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ignore the issue. I don't want to read this statement further. When you are doing option D, you are shying away from your project responsibilities. You cannot ignore an issue. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, now let's move on to question number 78. The stakeholders in an agile project have different expectations about the product's features, and this is causing confusion within the team. As a project manager, what will you do to align expectations? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is my stakeholders in my agile project, they have different expectations about the product features. They have a lot of conflicts about the product features. And this is causing confusion within the team. Team don't know what feature they have to take because of the confusion they have. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read option A. Organize a workshop with all stakeholders and product owner to discuss and prioritize the features. Amazing choice. As we already discussed in the previous question, it's a product owner job to talk to stakeholders and understand what features they want. So now what you're doing in option A, because stakeholders themselves are confused, you are bringing the product owner in a room and then all the stakeholders in the same room, and then you are initiating a discussion and then you are prioritizing the features. A is an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Conduct a series of individual meetings with each stakeholders to gather feedback. Again, ask yourself, consider you have 100 stakeholders from whom you have to collect feedback. Do you think like you have time to conduct individual meeting with all stakeholders and to collect feedback? Rather conduct one meeting or workshop and get all the people inside, then collect feedback. That's what you're doing in option A. That is very easy, right? Option B is eliminated for this reason that I have stated right now. Let me read option C. Have the Scrum Master make decision on behalf of the stakeholder. Never. Scrum Master is a facilitator. You cannot take decision on behalf of the stakeholders. Definitely not. C is also gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Continue the sprint as planned without involving the stakeholders further. You are developing product for the stakeholders. You have to consider stakeholder needs. Agile is value driven. You cannot do option D. D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do Q79. A project team is receiving conflicting feedback from various stakeholders regarding a product increment. How should the Scrum Master address this situation? What I understood from this particular question is, my project team is receiving positive and negative feedback, which is a conflicting feedback from various stakeholders regarding an increment my product team has built. So what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will I address this? Let me read the options now. Option A, bring the stakeholders together to align on common objectives and resolve conflicts. Amazing choice. Now, these stakeholders are having difference in opinion, right, on the increment that your team has produced. What you're doing by doing option A, you are bringing the stakeholders together in a meeting room, and then you are aligning or you are setting up the common objectives. You are deciding what these stakeholders really needs on the product, and then you are resolving the conflicts. Option A is giving solution to the problem, what you have in the question. Amazing choice. Let me read option B. Ignore the conflicting feedback. I don't want to read this option further. As I already said in the previous question, you are developing product increment for stakeholders. You cannot ignore the stakeholders' feedback. Option B is straight away gone. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Ask the product owner to make the final decision without consulting the stakeholders. See, product owner is the owner of the product. That person can make the final decision, but I don't like the later half of option C. Without consulting the stakeholder. Product owner should consult with the stakeholder and then take a decision. C is eliminated. Let me read the last option, which is D. Stop all work until the feedback is clarified. See, this is something an extreme step. You want to clarify the feedback. For that, you should not stop the work. This is something extreme. D is also gone. For me, still A stands best. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 80. In an agile project, the product owner needs to ensure continuous communication with external stakeholders, but the stakeholders are often unavailable for meetings. What is the best way to manage this? So what I understood from this particular question is, in an agile project, the product owner wants to have a continuous communication with the stakeholders. Product owner is trying to do that, but stakeholders are always unavailable for the meetings whenever product owner is scheduling meetings. What was asked in the question? What is the best solution to solve this? Okay, let me read the options now. Option A, have the product owner regularly send detailed email updates to the stakeholders. See, this option A is going against agile value. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. See, for doing email, you will be using a tool called Outlook. Rather doing an email in an agile project, you should always promote interactions. Only then you can understand what people are expecting. So option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Ask the Scrum Master to handle all communication with stakeholders. Never do that. Scrum Master can facilitate communication, but while PO is making the communication, at most of the time, PO has to take some decisions, what requirements needs to be considered, what needs to be rejected. This decision Scrum Master cannot take. Communication with stakeholders, PO should do it, but Scrum Master can facilitate that even. In option B, you're saying that, okay, let Scrum Master handle all those things. No, you should not do that. B is also not a good choice. Let me read option C. Establish regular check-in meetings with stakeholders, product owner, and emphasize the importance of their participation. Amazing. By doing option C, you as a project manager or Scrum Master is facilitating a regular check-in meetings between the stakeholders and the product owner. And please read the later part of option C. You are explaining the stakeholders the importance of attending those meetings, and you are making that stakeholders to attend that meeting. Amazing choice. With this, you are sticking to your facilitator role and agile coach role. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Rely on the development team to communicate with stakeholders as needed. No, that's not the job of development team. Development team will build an increment. Communication, product owner takes care, you help the product owner. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do question number 81. Agile teams uses various methods to manage work in progress. One of the key stakeholders requests that the team remove the WIP limits, work in progress limits, in order to increase work output and speed up delivery. As a Scrum Master, how should you respond to this request? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, my team, Agile team, is using various methods to manage work in progress. One of the key stakeholder is requesting to remove the team using this WIP limit, which is work in progress limit. The intention of the stakeholder is, when we are removing the WIP limit, team can pick more work and then they can complete more. And the stakeholder is thinking like this can speed up the delivery. As a Scrum Master, how will you handle this? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, have the product owner set new WIP limits for the team. See, now, nowhere in the question it is mentioned team is using the wrong WIP limit. Stakeholder is asking the team to remove WIP. So you don't want to change the WIP first of all. Second, product owner cannot set the new WIP limit. Team should set their own WIP limit. So option A, for these two reasons, I'm saying option A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Collaborate with the team to change the WIP limits as per the stakeholder's request. See, stakeholder is not asking to change the WIP limit. Stakeholder is asking to entirely remove the WIP limit. Option B is also not giving solution. Let me read option C. Coach the stakeholder on the importance of WIP limits, ensuring the team focus on one item at a time and avoids multitasking. This is an amazing choice. If you carefully read the question, here the problem is with the stakeholder. Stakeholder is not understanding the purpose of using WIP limit. See, the purpose of using WIP limit itself, we take some task, we put our focus entirely on those tasks, we complete that and we pick the another one. With that, we avoid multitasking. The speed of the delivery will be more when you do this. Because stakeholder has misunderstood this WIP limit, who you are as a Scrum Master, Agile coach, you should coach the stakeholder on why we are setting up the WIP limit. This problem will be solved. Considering option C, I'm eliminating A and B. For me, C stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Deny the stakeholder request and allow the team to make their own decision. See, you cannot deny the stakeholder request and this person is one of the key stakeholders. Rather, you should correct the understanding of the stakeholder on WIP limit by doing option C. Option D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Okay, now let's do question number 82. A team is using Kanban to manage their workflow. The team has noticed a consistent bottleneck in one of the workflow stages, which is slowing down the overall process. As a Scrum Master, what is the best way to address this issue? What I understood from this particular question is, my team is using Kanban to manage the workflow and my team has noticed a consistent bottleneck in one of the workflow stages. This means in one of the column in the Kanban board, I am seeing continuous bottleneck. What was asked in the question? As a Scrum Master, how will I address this bottleneck? Simple. Pick an option. With that, you are giving solution. That's it. Let's look for that option. Option A. Redistribute the work to other stages to remove the bottlenecks. See, you cannot redistribute the work to other stages. In that stage, only when the bottleneck is solved, that item will move to the next stage. Option A, it's not a good choice in terms of Kanban. Yeah. Let me read option B. Facilitate a team discussion to identify the root cause of the bottleneck and adjust the workflow accordingly. This is an amazing choice. Keep this in mind, guys. Whenever you have a problem, always pick an option. With that, you're collaborating with the team and finding the cause of the problem and then you give solution. That's what you're doing in option B. Read option B again. You are facilitating a team discussion. With that, you're collaborating with the team and then you are identifying the root cause why this bottleneck occurred and then you are adjusting the workflow. This means you are giving the solution. Option B is an amazing choice. Considering B, I'm eliminating option A. I'm more in alignment towards B, but let's read C and D also. Option C, increase the WIP limit in the bottleneck stages to allow more work to be processed at once. See, No, that's not a good choice. When you're increasing the WIP limit, still they will pick more work in that column and everything got stuck. C, it's absolutely not a good choice. It's gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ask the product owner to prioritize this stage and focus all efforts on resolving it. See, you don't want to ask the product owner to prioritize this stage. Focus all. You can make the complete effort of your team to focus on resolving it. But for this, you don't want to ask the product owner. So D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option B.
Okay, now let's do question number 83. The development team is experiencing delays in delivering work due to constant context switching between tasks. The team uses Kanban to manage the work. As a Scrum Master, how can you help the team to improve its efficiency? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is my development team is experiencing delays. Why they are experiencing delay is they are doing context switching between tasks. Context switching is nothing but multitasking. They are doing multitasking between tasks. Because of that, they are experiencing a lot of delays. What was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how will you solve this problem? Let me read option A. Increase the WIP limits across all stages to allow more tasks to be in progress at once. See, already people are doing multitasking. When you are increasing the WIP limit in the Kanban board, they will pick more tasks and again the multitasking will get improved, will get increased. Option A, it's a very bad choice. Let me read option B. Help the team to set up WIP in all the stages so that the team focus on completing one task at a time and minimize context switching. This is an amazing choice. One of the main reasons why we are setting WIP limit in each column when you are using Kanban is to avoid context switching, which is multitasking. Now, what you are doing in option B, you are setting the right WIP limit in all stages, and then you are making sure that the team is picking only the items that they can complete, and you are avoiding multitasking. B is giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Assign tasks based on urgency, ignoring the WIP limits. When you are ignoring the WIP limits, context switching will increase more. Multitasking will increase more. Option C is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Use Kanban metrics to create an incentive-based system for completing the task quickly. Ask yourself, just because you are giving more incentive, do you think like your team will stay motivated or this context switching will get solved? No. Option D is gone. Only by setting the right WIP limit, you can address this multitasking problem, which is context switching. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 84 now. A stakeholder wants the team to work faster by increasing the number of tasks in progress at any given time. However, the team is concerned that doing so might result in reduced quality. As a Scrum Master, how should you address this concern while still respecting the stakeholder's request? So what I understood from this particular question is a stakeholder wants the team to increase the number of tasks in progress at any given time. This means the stakeholder wants team to pick more tasks. So however, the team is concerned, what they are concerned with is if I pick more tasks, there is a high chance I will do multitasking and we will have a quality problem. What was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how you will address team and also stakeholder concern together. Let me read the options now. Option A, increase the WIP limits immediately to accommodate more tasks in progress. See, when you are increasing the WIP limit, as stakeholder requested, team will be picking more tasks. You are satisfying the stakeholder's request, but you are compromising your team concern. Your team is saying that if we pick more tasks, we will be having an impact on quality, right? Are you giving solution to that? No. So option A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Let the product owner handle the request and prioritize the team's work. See, here it's not about the priority. It's about, stakeholder wants team to pick more work. Team is concerned about the quality. Now, when you are making the product owner to take a decision, you may address team picking the more work, but quality problem still remains the same. Option B, it's not giving solution. Let me read option C.
allow the team to work on more tasks simultaneously to meet the stakeholders' expectation. Now, by doing option C also, you are satisfying the stakeholders' request, but not the team concern on quality. So C is also not a good choice. I have high hopes on option D. Let me read that. Explain to the stakeholders the risk of increasing WIP limits and guide them on how it can negatively impact the team's focus and quality. Option D is an amazing choice. I'll tell you the reason. Now, stakeholders wants to pick more work. Now, what you're doing by doing option D is you are coaching the stakeholder. Hey, when I increase the WIP limit, this means when I make the team to pick more work, we will have a quality problem. You're coaching the stakeholder. With that, do you think like any stakeholder will be okay in taking the quality problem? Never. Quality always comes first. Any stakeholder will take a step back. As an agile coach, as a scrum master, you should do option D. Considering option D, I'm eliminating A, B, and C. For this question, my pick would be option D.
Okay, now let's do question number 85. A team using Kanban is facing difficulty in maintaining smooth flow due to the varying sizes of tasks being worked on at different stages of the workflow. Some tasks are significantly larger than others, creating uneven work distribution. As a Scrum Master, what is the best course of action to resolve this issue? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is my team is using Kanban and then they are having difficulty in maintaining the smooth workflow. Why they are facing difficulty in maintaining the smooth workflow is the size of the task is different in each columns, and because of that they are facing the difficulty. In the question it is clearly mentioned some tasks are significantly larger than others, which leads to the uneven work distribution. What was asked in the question? As a Scrum Master, what solution you will give for this particular problem? Let me read the options now. Option A, implement time boxing for each task to ensure they fit within the team's typical workflow. See, when you are using Kanban, you are going for a flow-based approach. In flow-based approach, there is no time boxing. So option A, it's not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Increase WIP limits to allow larger tasks to progress alongside smaller ones. See, now ask yourself, by increasing WIP limit, can you solve this problem? When you're increasing WIP limit, actually you're creating problem. As we discussed in the previous questions, team will pick more items, they will do multitasking, quality issue will happen, speed of delivery will come down. Option B, it's also not giving solution to the problem what we have in the question. Let me read option C. Work with the team to break larger tasks into smaller, manageable items to create a more consistent workflow. This is an amazing task because from the question it is very clear some of the tasks are significantly larger and some of the tasks are smaller. Because of that, we are not getting a proper flow. Now what you are doing, you are taking larger tasks and then you are decomposing those tasks into smaller chunks so that all the work will become even, so that work will flow even. That's what you are doing in option C by decomposing a larger task into smaller ones. By doing option C, you are giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Considering option C, I am eliminating A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Focus on prioritizing tasks by urgency and push through larger tasks to meet deadlines. See, now from the question it is clearly mentioned the task size are uneven. That is the reason the workflow is not going smoother. By doing option C itself, you are decomposing all the larger tasks into smaller and then you are making the task size even. This will solve the problem. You don't want to do option D. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Guys, are you observing how I am picking up the options? I always pick an option that gives solution to the problem what you have in the question. This is the mindset you should build for the PMP exam. Okay, let's do question number 86 now. The team is experiencing long lead times in the development process, resulting in slower than expected project delivery. As a project manager, what steps should you take to improve the team's efficiency?
What I understood from this particular question, my team is experiencing a longer lead time in the development process. When I say lead time, the time in which the customer give you the requirement to the time you are delivering the requirement back to the customer, that's called lead time. So what is mentioned in the question, the lead time is getting longer. That's a problem we have in the question, and because of that we have a later delivery. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you solve this? Let me read the options now. Option A, introduce batch processing for tasks to accelerate delivery. Ask yourself, now what is the problem? Slower project delivery. What is the root cause? You have a longer lead time in the development process. Now you have to reduce the lead time. How introducing a batch process will reduce the lead time? No, option A is not giving solution. Let me read option B. Collaborate with the team to identify and eliminate non-value added time in the development process. This is an amazing choice because from the question, it is very clear we have higher lead time in the development process. By doing option D, what you are doing, you are identifying non-value added item in the development process and then you are removing it. With that, what will happen? Your lead time will get reduced. You can deliver faster to your customer. Option B, it's giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Encourage the team to work on multiple tasks simultaneously to speed up progress. No. When you are encouraging team like this, when they are working on multiple tasks, they will do context switching, delivery will get bad. C is also gone for me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign tasks based on deadlines regardless of team's capacity. See, ask yourself, you are not worried about team capacity and then you want to overload team. Is that a good option? Definitely not. D is also gone for me, still B stands best, and that is the only option we left out with. For this question, my pick could be option B. Okay, now let's do question number 87. An agile team has observed that certain tasks are consistently being reworked due to issues with the quality of the deliverables. This rework is not only affecting the efficiency of the team, but is also causing frustration for the product owner as it delays the planned release and creates uncertainty around timelines. As a project manager, what steps should you take to address this issue and reduce the waste caused by poor quality? Okay. What I understood from this particular question is, my team always has an issue on the quality of the deliverable. I'm finding quality problem. Because of that, my team is doing lot of rework and this is impacting the planned releases and it is creating uncertainty around the timelines. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, what solution I will give to the quality problem my team is facing? Let me read the options now. Option A, introduce a post-project review to identify rework patterns and adjust the approach accordingly. Ask yourself, is that a proactive action? So what you are doing is, post-project you are doing a review and then you are saying that how we can prevent these kind of defect in future. Not a good choice for me. Let me read option B. Apply continuous improvement, Kaizen, to focus on preventing errors by involving all team members in quality improvement. This is an amazing choice. Now you are approaching or you are going for a continuous improvement. Kaizen. Continuous improvement means, Kaizen means doing small improvements periodically. And then what you are doing, you are coming up with some preventive action by collaborating with the team, which will avoid these kind of quality defects. What I always taught you in this Agile 100 question test series, any problem you have to collaborate with the team and then you have to give the solution. In option B, you are collaborating with the team by involving all team members and then by defining preventive action, you are giving solution to the quality problem what you have. B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I am eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Ignore minor rework and focus on completing the project on time. Nowhere in the question it is stated completing the project on time is a problem. Of course, planned releases is getting delayed, that's a problem, but you are ignoring the rework. This means you are ignoring the quality problem. Very bad choice. C is gone. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Increase the team's capacity to handle more tasks even if quality suffers in the short term. No. What you're doing in option D is, okay, let's quality problem comes. Let me do a rework. For doing that rework, you are increasing the team members. Guys, is that a proactive action? Definitely not. You have to address the quality problem. That's what you're doing in option B. Considering option B, I'm eliminating D as well. For this question, my pick is option B. Okay, now let's do question number 88. You are working as a project manager on an agile project and the team is consistently facing delays in their work. After conducting a root cause analysis with the team, you identified that there is a significant amount of waiting time within the process. As a project manager, how would you identify and address all the waiting time in the process? See, this question has a lot of garbage statement. What was asked in the question is very simple. On the process that your team is following, they are having lot of waiting time. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how you identify and address all the waiting time? That's what asked. Let me read the options now. Option A, increase the work in progress limits to handle work more simultaneously. Ask yourself, by increasing the work in progress limit, can you identify waiting time and address? Definitely not. You're not solving the problem by doing option A. It's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Implement a Scrum framework and apply just-in-time delivery to identify all waiting times. Ask yourself, Scrum is a framework to develop a product. It won't help you to identify and address the waiting times. It's not a process improvement technique. B is also not a good choice for me. Let me read option C. Use value stream mapping to identify both working time and waiting time in the process. Amazing choice. Value stream mapping is one of the lean tool. When you are using that lean tool, you can identify all the waiting times. Option C is giving solution for the problem, or what is that question is asking. Question wants you to identify waiting time, right? Value stream mapping will help you. Considering option C, I am eliminating A and B. Let me read the last option, which is D. Assign additional resources to the stages experiencing delays. Ask yourself, with that, are you identifying and resolving the waiting time? Definitely not. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option C. Note it down, guys. When you are using value stream mapping, you can identify all the waiting time on the process. After that, you can address that waiting time as well. Okay, now let's do question number 89. In an agile project, the team is noticing that certain non-value added activities are consuming a significant portion of their time, such as excessive meetings and administrative tasks. What should the team focus on to eliminate this waste? Okay, what I understood from this particular question, I'm working in an agile project. I noticed there are a lot of non-value added activities are consuming my team's time, such as excessive meetings and administrative tasks. These are the non-value added activities that is consuming your team's time. What was asked in the question? How will you address this excessive meeting and administrative tasks problem? Let me read the options now. Option A, automate as many administrative tasks as possible and eliminate unnecessary meetings to allow more time for value-added work. This is an amazing choice. Your team has a problem in the efficiency. Why? Because of unnecessary meetings and because of administrative tasks. What you're doing in option A, you're automating all the administrative tasks and then you are removing all the unnecessary meetings. Option A is giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Amazing choice. But I won't conclude option A is my pick without reading B, C and D. Let me read option B now. Increase the frequency of meetings to ensure everyone is aligned on the goal. See, is that a good choice? From the question itself, it's very clear that there are a lot of unnecessary meetings. What you're doing by doing option B, you are again increasing the number of meetings. No, B is gone for me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Continue with the current workflow as these activities are unavoidable for successful project delivery. See, from the question it is very clear your workflow has a problem. You have to solve it. You cannot continue with the same workflow. C is eliminated for me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Delegate non-value added tasks to external parties to avoid burdening the team. Ask yourself, option D is good or A is good? In A, you are removing those non-value added work. Here, you are delegating the unwanted work to a third party. For that, you have to pay also. So D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 90 now. An agile team has observed that certain aspects of their process are introducing unnecessary variation, which is making it increasingly challenging to accurately predict delivery times and meet the established project timelines. This variability is causing inefficiency and leading to delays in the team's ability to consistently deliver value. As an agile practitioner, what would be the best approach to address this issue and improve the team's ability to predict and manage delivery schedule? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, I'm having an agile team and this unwanted process is creating a challenge to predict the delivery timelines, and also it is creating the challenge to deliver value to the customer. What was asked in the question, as an agile practitioner? When they say practitioner, you can be Scrum Master, PO, or a member of a development team. How you will address this problem? Let me read the options now. Option A, implement standard work procedures to reduce process variation and increase predictability. Amazing choice. This particular option is giving solution to the problem what I have in the question. What is the problem I have? We are using lot of unnecessary process, right? For addressing that, what you're doing, you are implementing a standard work procedures. And also this unnecessary process is creating problem in predicting timelines and value. For that, what you are doing, you are implementing a standard work procedure, and this is reducing the process variation and it is increasing the predictability, so that this standard work procedure, by using that, you can predict the timelines very well. A, it's giving solution. Let me read the other options also. Let me read option B. Increase the team's capacity to handle varying tasks regardless of standard procedures. See, option B, it's not a good choice. Now, by doing option B, what you're doing is, already we are using lot of unnecessary process. For doing that unnecessary process, you are bringing more team members. Is that a good choice? Definitely not. For me, still A stands best. B is eliminated. Let me read option C now. Allow for more flexibility in the process to accommodate changes as they occur. See, now option C, it's not giving solution to the problem what I have in the question. This problem what I have in the question is predicting the timelines and value. This option C, it's completely irrelevant. It is talking about accommodate changes as they occur. Nowhere in the question we are talking about we have a problem in accommodating changes. C is also gone. For me, still A stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Focus only on tasks that are more critical, ignoring standardization efforts. See, nowhere in the question we are talking about, we are not focusing on the task which is not so critical. Here the problem is unnecessary process. Because of that, we could not able to predict timelines. That is getting addressed by doing option A. D is also eliminated. For this question, the best choice what I have is A. Okay, we have only 10 questions left to complete our 100 Agile question test series. With the same enthu, let's get going. Let's do question number 91 now. An organization is undergoing a transformation to adopt Agile practices across all its teams. As a Scrum Master, how would you support the team in adapting to this new way of working? What I understood from this particular question is, my company is undergoing a transformation to adopt Agile across the company, across all the teams that the company is having. So what was asked in the question, as a Scrum Master, how you will support this transformation? Let me read the options now. Option A, focus solely on ensuring that the team follows the prescribed Agile events and rituals. Okay, you can do that. With that, you're making sure that all the teams are properly following the Agile practices. Looks like a good choice right now, but let me read other options as well. Option B, actively coach the team on Agile principles and guide them through the transition, fostering a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement. This is an amazing choice. See, as a Scrum Master, you are an Agile coach. rather ensuring something is happening. When these kind of transformation, if your organization undergoes, you have to wear a hat of an agile coach, and then you have to coach the team. And that's what you're doing in option B. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. A is a good choice, but for me, B stands best. Let me read option C. Work with the product owner to prioritize work and ensure that deadlines are met without focusing on agile principle. Strict no, I don't like this option at all. How can you say that I won't focus on agile principles? Not a good choice. C is gone. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Monitor the team's progress and report to management on their performance in adopting agile practices. See, this is something you can do it later. Now your organization has decided to do the transformation. As a first step, you should coach the teams on agile practices. And that's what you're doing in option B. Option D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. Keep one thing in mind. When your organization is undergoing a transition, you have to always play a role of an agile coach. Okay, now let's do question number 92. The organization is in the process of transitioning towards agile methodologies, but many of the existing traditional processes and mindsets are still deeply ingrained. This shift presents a challenge in overcoming resistance to change while ensuring that the benefits of agile are realized. As a project manager, how will you manage this transformation? Okay. What I understood from this particular question is my company is in the process of transitioning towards agile methodologies because over the years, people were following traditional processes. In their mind, the traditional process and resistance to change are ingrained. What was asked in the question, considering this challenge, how you will support this transition? Let me read the options now. Option A. Focus on maintaining the traditional project management methods that are working well while gradually introducing agile practice. See, that are working well. I'm not denying that. But what was asked in the question? Your company has made a decision that your company is going to transform to agile methodologies. Now, when you're doing option A, still you yourself is encouraging focusing on traditional project management methodologies. Not a good choice. Let me read option B. Ensure that all teams are working with agile tools and techniques without worrying about the organization culture. See, you can ensure that all teams are using agile tools and technique, but I'm not okay with the second half of this particular option B. How can you be not worried about the organization culture? The agile practices should also align with your organization culture. B is also not a good choice for me. Let me read option C. Prioritize meeting the deadlines and keeping costs down without focusing too much on the cultural shift. Okay, see, option C is completely irrelevant. By doing option C, you're not supporting any of the agile transformation that is expected from you. C is also not a good choice. I have high hopes on option D. Let me read it. Encourage the adoption of agile at all levels of the organization by working with senior leadership to align the organization structure and culture with agile principles. This is an amazing choice. As I already said while I was discussing the previous question, when your company is doing a transformation, always wear the hat of an agile coach. This transformation should always start from the top, from the senior leadership. What you're doing, you are first motivating your senior leadership team to foster the agile principles. From there, you are taking down by doing option D. D is an amazing choice. Considering option D, I'm eliminating A, B, and C. For this question, my pick would be option D. Okay, let's do question number 93 now. As your organization transitions to Agile, you notice that some teams are struggling with the change and resisting the adoption of Agile practices. As a project manager, how should you support these teams through the transition? Okay, what I understood from this particular question, my company is making a transformation to Agile. I noticed some teams are struggling with this transformation and they don't want to adopt to Agile practices. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will I address these teams? Okay, let me read the options now. Option A, facilitate open discussions with teams to understand their concerns, offer coaching and provide additional training to ease the transition. This is an amazing choice. By doing option A, you are seeing this problem with an empathy. You are standing in the shoes of the team who is resisting agile practices, and then you are understanding why they are resisting, you're understanding their concern, and then wherever needed, you are offering your coaching and you're providing training. This is an amazing choice. By doing option A, you're giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Let me read option B. Enforce strict adherence to agile frameworks and ceremonies to ensure consistency across teams. No. See, you cannot force anything on anybody. Yeah, so B is straight away eliminated. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Allow teams to work in their own way without enforcing any agile practices until they are ready. No, you should not do that, because this decision is taken by your company. You should help the team in making the transformation. C is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Focus on project delivery and timelines while ignoring the struggles of the teams. No, I don't want to read this option further. How can you ignore the struggles of the team? D is gone. For this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, let's do question number 94. Your organization is undergoing a significant transformation to adopt agile methodologies, which involves a major shift not only in the way teams operate, but also in the overall structure of the organization. This transformation presents both opportunities and challenges, as it requires aligning agile practices with the organization's larger goals, values, and strategic objectives. As a Scrum Master, how can you contribute to this agile transformation? Simple. This question has a lot of garbage statement. So what was asked in the question is very simple. My company is undergoing a significant transformation to agile methodologies, and which involves a major shift, not only in the way teams operate, but it impacting the overall structure of the company as well. So how I will handle this strategically? That's what asked in the question. Let me read the options now. Option A, focus solely on technical implementation of agile tools and processes. See, if you want to make an agile transformation, you should always start with agile manifesto, explaining values and principles. Just like that, you can't jump into tools and techniques. Not a good choice. Let me read option B. Bridge the gap between teams and leadership, aligning agile with the company's goals and fostering continuous improvement. Amazing choice. When any company wants to do the agile transformation, they have to align their company goals and structure with the agile processes. And this transformation should always start from the top, from CEO to the down. That's what you're doing in option B. Amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Apply agile practices independently within each team without considering organizational alignment. See, this option itself is sounding not good, right? So this means without considering any organizational alignment, you are applying agile practices. No, it should not be the case. C is gone. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Strictly enforce Scrum ceremonies without considering the bigger picture. No. First, I cannot strictly enforce anything. Second, without considering the bigger picture, means your company goals and culture and process, you should not enforce agile. D is also gone. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 95. You are managing a project that is facing tight deadlines and complex deliverables. The team is inexperienced with the technology required for the project and is uncertain about how to proceed with the task. The project is critical for the organization, and any delays could have a significant impact. As a project manager, you decide to provide clear, structured instructions and guidance to ensure the team stays on track and meet the deadlines. What leadership style best describes your approach in this scenario? Okay, this question has a lot of garbage statement. First, let me make this question simple. I am managing a project, an agile project. My team is facing a lot of issues. And what I am doing as a project manager, I am providing them a clear, structured instructions and guidance on how to address this issue. This means I say, you do. So what was asked in the question, with this approach, what leadership style you're using? I have 4 options. A, directive, B, servant, C, transactional, D, transformational. Here, I don't want to use any elimination technique. My pick would be option A, directive leadership, because I'm directing my team. by providing my clear instructions and guidance. Yeah, for this question, my pick would be option A. Okay, now let's do question number 96. You are managing a project where team collaboration and empowerment are critical for success. The team has a lot of experience but requires guidance and support to reach its full potential. As a project manager, you focus on removing obstacles, providing the necessary resources, and ensuring the team has everything it needs to succeed while allowing them to make decisions and take ownership of their work. Which leadership style best describes your approach in this scenario? Okay, as a project manager, what you're doing, you are removing obstacles. You're helping the team in solving the problem. And then you are making sure that the team has everything to do their work. And along with that, you are giving the ownership to the team. You are empowering the team. This is the characteristics of servant leadership. When you are a servant leader, you will remove obstacles, you will give ownership to the team, and then you will provide everything the team need to do the work. So for this question, I don't want to use any elimination technique. It's a straightforward answer. My pick would be option B, which is servant leadership. Okay, now let's do question number 97. Your project team is facing a particularly challenging phase and morale is low. You believe in motivating the team by creating a compelling vision for the project and inspiring them to push through obstacles with enthusiasm. You encourage innovation, creativity, showing the team how their work contributes to the bigger picture and the organization's long-term goals. As a project manager, you prioritize motivating and energizing the team to overcome difficulties and achieving their best. Which leadership style best describes your approach in this scenario? So what keywords I'm seeing in this particular question is, you are setting up a high-level vision to the team. And then you are making innovative ideas. Not you making, you are encouraging your team to come up with innovative ideas, so that you are helping the team to achieve the company's vision. This is an example of transformational leadership. When you have to go for transformational is when you are always setting up the bigger vision and when you are encouraging the people to come up with lot of innovative ideas. With that, you are helping the team to achieve the bigger vision. You are helping them to make a transformation in their career. And then also you're helping your organization to transform. So this is a great example of transformational leadership. For this question also, I don't want to use any elimination technique. It's a straightforward question. My pick would be option D. Okay, now let's do question number 98. We still have 3 more questions left. I'm so excited. So let's do it. Question number 98. Your Agile team is using story points to estimate the effort required for each user story. During the planning meeting, the team struggles to agree on a consistent scale for story points assignments, resulting in inconsistent estimates. As a project manager, how should you address this issue? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, my Agile team is using story points estimation for estimating user stories. And while I was planning in a planning meeting that I'm conducting, my team always struggle in assigning the story point to a user story because team has a different in opinion. So maybe some group of people are saying this user story has to be estimated to 2 story point. Some other group of people are saying, this has to be estimated to 5 story point. This is always occurring on your team. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how you will solve this type of conflicts? Let me read the options now. Option A, introduce a standard template for estimating all user stories. Okay, you can do that, but I don't think so how a standard template will fit in estimating user stories by using story points. Not a great choice. Let me read the other options as well. Option B, facilitate a team discussion to align on a shared understanding of story points and relative effort estimation. See, whenever you have a conflict or problem, I always say pick an option you're collaborating with the team and making a decision. And that's what you're doing in option B. You are facilitating a team discussion. You're collaborating with the team and then you are bringing the complete team on a shared understanding about how to assign story points. This is an amazing choice. This is giving solution to the problem what you have in the question. Considering option B, I am eliminating option A. Let me read option C now. Ask the team to focus on delivering the features as quickly as possible regardless of effort estimation. No, effort estimation. Assigning story points to user stories is very important. Without that, team cannot conduct an sprint planning, and also we can't forecast as well. C is eliminated. For me, still B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Have the team abandon story points and move to time-based estimates to avoid confusion. No, option D is gone. In Agile, you must do story point estimation, not time-based. For this question, my pick would be option B. Okay, let's do question number 99 now. In your Agile project, the team is estimating user stories using t-shirt sizes instead of story points or hours. The team is comfortable with this method, but stakeholders are concerned about how to track progress and ensure that the estimates align with business objectives. As the project manager, how should you address the stakeholders' concern? What I understood from this particular question is, in my Agile project, my team always use t-shirt size technique to estimate user stories instead of story points or hours. The stakeholders are concerned about it because they are saying that by using t-shirt sizing, how do I know the project progress and ensure the estimates are aligned with business objective? But my team is very comfortable with that. So what was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you solve this problem? Let me read the options now. Option A, continue using t-shirt sizes but provide stakeholders with periodic updates on completed user stories and overall progress. Guys, this is an amazing choice. I'll tell you the reason. My team is very comfortable with t-shirt size, right? That's what mentioned in the question. And then what is the stakeholder concern? Because team is using, t-shirt sizing, they could not able to guess, or they could not able to understand the project progress, and they could not able to forecast also. Now by doing option A, you are satisfying both team and stakeholders. Read option A again. You are continuing using t-shirt size, right? With that, you satisfied the team because team is more comfortable with that, and you are addressing the stakeholder concerns also. You are using some technique to provide stakeholders the periodic updates that they need. Here both are satisfied, so for that reason, option A is an amazing choice. Let me read option B. Transition to a more granular estimation method such as story points to improve predictability and tracking. By doing option B, you are satisfying the stakeholder concerns. But what about team? Team is more comfortable with t-shirt size, right? Are you addressing that? No. See, in Agile, you should focus on delivering value. This means designing the product, developing the product, building that product. That's where you have to focus. Estimate, these are least bothered. Since you are not satisfying your team, B is gone. For me, still A stands best. Let me read option C. Ignore the stakeholder concerns. I don't want to read this option further. You cannot ignore the stakeholder concerns. C is gone. Let me read the last option, which is D. Implement detailed time tracking for each task in addition to the t-shirt size estimates to meet the stakeholder estimation. See, you are going for a detailed time tracking, which is against Agile practices. Estimation is a non-value added activity. You should either do t-shirt sizing or you should use story points. You cannot go for detailed time tracking, and which you cannot do it for Agile project also, because Agile project will have lot of uncertainties. D is also eliminated. For this question, my pick would be option A. Here we are. We came to the last question. Amazing job. Question number 100, and let's get this done. Your team has been consistently underestimating the effort required to complete user stories in previous sprints. This has led to missed deadlines and frustration from stakeholders. As the project manager, what action can you take to improve the accuracy of future estimates? Okay, what I understood from this particular question is, my team, they are consistently underestimating the effort required to complete user stories. Because of this, we are missing deadlines and stakeholders are also getting frustrated. What was asked in the question, as a project manager, how will you address this? Let me read the options now. Option A. Implement time-based estimates instead of story points to improve precision. See, just because my team is giving wrong story points for user stories, you should not move to time-based estimates. No. In Agile projects, stick to t-shirt sizing or do story points estimation. Option A, it's not a good choice. Let me read option B. Introduce regular retrospectives to review the estimation process and adjust for better accuracy in future sprints. Amazing choice. By doing option B, you're giving solution to the problem what you're having in the question. You are introducing regular retrospective. In that, you are discussing on the estimation process and then you are correcting the team. You are making sure that, or you're trying to make sure that in future team is doing the proper estimation. B is an amazing choice. Considering option B, I'm eliminating option A. Let me read option C. Increase the team's velocity to compensate for past underestimations and meet deadlines. See, how you will increase the team velocity? When you're not addressing this estimation problem, you can't increase the team velocity at all. See, first you do option B, address the estimation problem. In future, you can think ways of increasing the team's velocity in order to catch up what you left behind. So B comes first, C later. In the PMP exam, always pick the option that you will do first. B first, C next, so C is gone, B stands best. Let me read the last option, which is D. Ask the team to limit the scope of user stories to make estimation easier, even if it affects overall project goals. Really? So what you're doing is, okay, let's shorten all the user stories. Let's remove some scope and we'll make the estimation easier. That's okay if the project goal is affected. Very bad choice, guys. For you, project goal is important than anything. D is eliminated. For the 100th question, my pick would be option B.
Here we are. Congratulations on watching all 100 questions. Trust me, this is an amazing job. And since you have reached at this point in this video, and I strongly believe you have hunger to learn. I hope you have liked this video. If you have liked, just smash the like button. And also please share this video to your friends or colleagues who are actually preparing for the PMP exam. And I'm 100% sure this video will be a game changer for them as well. Nevertheless, I'm very much interested to know your score. Please put it on the comment section how many questions you did right and how many questions you did wrong. And also, if you have any doubts on the questions we discussed, please put it on the comment section. I will be responding to each and every comments that you're making. Thank you so much again for trusting me and staying with me until the end. And please subscribe to our EduHubSpot channel. Moving forward, I will be releasing similar kind of these videos. And I strongly feel these videos will be a game changer in your PMP exam prep. And also, I'll be giving my LinkedIn ID in the description of this particular video. Please be kind enough in sending the connection request to me. I would like to stay in connection with you. Also, you're seeing my email ID on the screen. My email ID is gautham.sudakar@eduhubspot.com. If you're having any queries related to PMP or your project management career, don't hesitate to write me an email. Within 24 hours on weekdays, you will get my response. Thank you so much again for supporting and watching this video. I will be soon meeting you all in another great video with another amazing content. Until then, take care. Bye.